Hi. Just to let you know, there was some problem with the VITALISE email and YouTube account, so we have to stream it on Annals. And I'm pasting the link here, and I'm going to inform everyone who registered, plus our office. So, just to let you
Spella, do you want me to start allowing people joining here in Zoom?
yeah, and we're already on live stream through the other link. So
And also, Casey's point, if you can inform everyone to use this new link for the streaming and to share it with the contacts if necessary.
Will you share it via Eventbrite?
Yes, I'm doing this right now.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Hello, good morning.
Gloria.
Good morning, Calimera.
Morning, buenos días.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
let's wait 2 more minutes for all the people to join, and since we had to change the live streaming URL, and we start in 2 minutes. Okay, I think we can start. Thank you all for joining. I'm Evdokimos Konstantinidis. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Very well.
Thank you for the confirmation. I'm Evdokimos Konstantinidis, and I'm the project coordinator of VITALISE, a dream of many of us that came through this year, to work together within our living labs, but also with collaboration with other living labs in Europe, with collaboration in other living labs beyond Europe, in Canada, and for the research community, to provide value for the research community where innovation and openness are critical factors. And for those who don't know yet, innovation and openness are key principles of the living labs, and we are sure that VITALISE will make this message clear in the next 3 years. Today is the second day of the VITALISE project kickoff meeting, and as promised for the openness, this day is open to the public. We should keep in mind that today is not a conference or a workshop event, but a working meeting. It will be interactive, but not as much as we would like it to be, due to the number of participants. We had more than 150 registrations just before starting this meeting, and more than 70 members of the consortium who joined yesterday and expect to join today. But we'll follow up with more working meetings open to everyone the next months. Today you'll hear about harmonization process of the living lab procedures, joint research activities, and the living lab infrastructures that many of you will have the opportunity to visit and work with through open calls of the project. And I would like to give the floor to the president of ENOL, Fernando Villarino, for a welcome.
Thank you very much, Evdokimos. Welcome to this meeting of the VITALISE project. For me, it is an honor and a pleasure to open the floor of this meeting. Yesterday, we had the chance to have the first operational gathering, and I also had the chance to express that for the European Network of Living Lab itself is a happiness, and for me, I'm a happy person now to see that we are in a very interesting challenge. The very interesting challenge of understanding how we can use our community of researchers and doers in order to change the world. How? By empowering everyone to innovate. This is the motto that ENOL has been having for years. But now we have a how. We have a way on how we want to implement it. We have one context. This context is health and well-being. And in this context, we are working in the VITALISE project in understanding the harmonization action that we have to do in order to share our products, our services, and to create a better Europe and a better world. I can say this because ENOL, the European Network of Living Labs, is now a global movement. And in this global movement, we have identified what we call our action-oriented task forces, the verticals in which we want to understand a clear narrative. And this is exactly what we want to do with you. ENOL can be here understood as a distributed infrastructure for research and innovation. And the nodes connecting this infrastructure are essentially the living labs. So we will start now a journey together with our colleagues, and congratulations for that, for all the presents. Congratulations also for Tutuya, Panos, Evdokimos, Despoina, and all the team that has been building up this application. And ENOL, by coordinating this action, will be completely open, not only to the ENOL community, but to Europe and the world. Let us enjoy, let us learn a lot in the process, and don't miss this approach of distributed infrastructure that will consolidate ENOL in the years to come. Thank you, Evdokimos, and welcome to the meeting and to the project.
Thank you, Fernando. Now I would like to ask the scientific coordinator of VITALISE, Panos Bamidis, and also the person who offered me the opportunity to meet the Living Lab community some years ago, to say some words for welcome.
Thank you, Evdokimos. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to participate to this open day of the VITALISE project. And I'm supposed to do the welcoming with two hats, I would say. One of the hats is that I'm the scientific coordinator of the VITALISE project. It's an honor, in fact, and a great responsibility, but also a great challenge, I would say, and opportunity, because this is a project that we have been visualizing in our minds for a long time, but it's now coming to become true, and this is exciting times. This is exciting times because given the open day character of this event, for those of you that are not familiar with the Living Lab approaches, now you will hear the Living Lab approaches, and specifically the Open Living Lab approaches, like the ones that VITALISE will try to fertilize. You will hear also about the research opportunities that the project will provide, as well as the harmonization opportunities, how to harmonize the different actions referring to the Living Lab approaches. And the second hat that connects to this event is the Citizen Science Initiative, CSI initiative that we have been involved with over the last year through the joint European Research Center connection and the activities referring to the 5 pillars of the CSI. During the second sort of slot, the final slot, there will be a round table discussion which has been organized around the healthy, happy, and socially inclusive cities. Much of this we share with the coordinating the actions of mental health and well-being towards the citizen science approach specifically. I wouldn't like to say more things, but I think I will say on behalf of my colleague, the vice rector of our university, Professor Efstratios Stylianidis, who unfortunately had an urgent meeting to attend and chair, and therefore he's not with us to address this meeting. So I would like to say a couple of words on his behalf. These words are how important this project is for our own university, because it will create repurposable and shared infrastructures. I mean, it will give emphasis to the current and existing infrastructures of our own living lab, but given the character of the project, we'll open access to these by internationalizing in a way its activities, its research activities. So potentially this creates a lot of power, capacity, and sustainability of these actions. And with these, in discussions we have had recently about this project, he has told us that these are very pivotal actions for the university, and therefore we will have all the support from the university that we would like to have in this project. Also, given the fact that I don't know if my head has also connected, but I think he's already also Professor Kyriakos Anastasiadis is the head of the School of Medicine. And he's also in a meeting that lasts for longer than expected. So he has asked me to say a couple of words on his behalf if he does not manage to attend. I don't see him in the list. Therefore, I would like to say that this project is also important for the School of Medicine, and specifically the actions that we have been involved in the last couple of years in creating the unit for biomedical research and education within the School of Medicine. This is an emblematic action which will try to create pillars of research within clinical medicine as well as medicine. And together with these pillars, we'll create a horizontal sort of infrastructure and basis for research and education. Given that I'm responsible for the latter of these, I would like to say that this will be one of the first projects of this unit, fertilizing within the School of Medicine and the different research groups and teams within the school, but also creating the infrastructures that will be utilized by many, many others. And therefore, I would like to extend the welcome from the school and the university itself to all participants of this project and those that are attending through the live streaming. And all I can say by concluding is that we all look forward not only to the collaboration opportunities offered by this, but widening the impact of this project to the research community and the academic community, but also to the civil society and the society itself. So welcome all, and we look forward to all the keynote presentations.
Thank you, Panos. And last but not least, apologies, Tuya Hirvikovsky, Director of Laurea and ex-President of ENOL. And I know that lady should go first, but she's the right person to set the challenge or describe the need just before the position of our invited senior expert of the Commission. Tuya.
Please switch on your mic.
Thank you. Sorry for that. So I would like to emphasize a couple of things. Firstly, the consortium behind VITALISE, ENOL community, but also the other consortium members have been pioneering multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary open innovation in Europe and globally. And this has taken place since the Finnish presidency of European Union in 2006. And with this project, we are pioneering open science. And as it was emphasized earlier, also the other elements like citizen engagement and so forth. So during the next month, VITALISE project will explore and harmonize research and innovation protocols so that both researchers and innovators will benefit from the comparative cross-border research and innovation experimentation results. It can also be said that our project is pioneering the new goals related to research and particularly to open science, because we anticipated that we need to develop and test the European goals like challenge-driven research, and as I mentioned earlier, open science and citizen engagement, which are all key goals for European research area, European educational area, and the European University Initiative, and naturally also for the Horizon Europe program. Just to mention one example, the European research area emphasizes an open access to European and national research infrastructures, their integrative role in the knowledge and innovation ecosystem, their potential for building partnership, pooling resources, and coordinating policy agendas. And by doing so, they help European science to compete globally, contribute to bridge the research and development gap, and promote inclusion throughout the European research area. So we really hope that this project will contribute to the European Union vision for research, and that is the topic of our first speaker, Mr. Johannes Klumpers, senior expert of climate adaptation from European Commission. And I will take, on behalf of the whole community, to take the opportunity to thank you for the work you have done and your unit has done, as you used to be the previous head of research infrastructure unit. Because the work you have done, it has been very important to create the conditions for this type of projects, as we are now starting with all the VITALISE colleagues. Mr. Klumpers, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tuija. Thank you also, Evdokimos, for the invitation. And I am actually very happy to see that this project has been coming off the ground, congratulations that you were successful in the evaluation. There are always many projects that fail. You have not failed, you have gone through, and you are now starting, which is really good. I am addressing you today not anymore, as Tuija was saying, not anymore head of unit for research infrastructures. There is no research infrastructures unit anymore in Director General Research and Innovation. And the duties for research infrastructures have been taken over by a unit on research actors in the new Directorate A of Directorate General Research and Innovation. And the people you can talk to there are, well, first of all, there's the head of unit, Lia Karamali, and then you have Dominik Sobczak, and for you, with the living labs, probably a good person to know is René Martins. René Martins in that unit is responsible for the technology infrastructures, and in the let's say processes that the Director General Research Innovation will put in place to work more with technology infrastructures in the future. That will be beneficial, very likely, also for the living labs. I know that living labs cannot be easily qualified necessarily under technology infrastructures. You yourself, or some of you, consider that you are a research infrastructure. And anyway, the limit between those two categories is not, there is no absolutely defined limit that would say, here we have a research infrastructure, there we have a technology infrastructure. But I would think that the initiatives taken under what we label in the Commission technology infrastructures that will be interesting for the living labs as well. And when I'm now coming to my new job, I am now in Director General for Climate, and in there I am will be heading the Secretariat for the mission on climate adaptation. So there are, as you probably know, in Horizon Europe, there have been a couple of missions in different areas defined. One is on climate adaptation, another one is on cancer, yet another one is on soil health, for example, another one is on cities. And these missions is a new concept. It has not existed in any previous framework program for research. And it is an adventure to some extent, an experiment. What the missions are supposed to achieve is that they, at the same time, identify and fund the necessary research activities to bring forward a big societal question or a societal challenge. And at the same time, with that research funding, combine it with other types of actions that will bring forward progress on the ground. So it has a mission, has a bridging function between the pure research into the application on the ground, and within a mission, all of these activities will be funded, partly through the research framework program Horizon Europe, but also partly through other funding sources. And one particular feature of every mission, and also for the climate adaptation mission, is that the citizens are to be involved to a much higher extent than what normally happens in research projects. And I think this opens, again, a fantastic possibility for living labs, because you are, by default, a structure which takes into account the users. Now, users are not all citizens are users, obviously speaking, but you are very much user, or I think even is also correct, citizen-oriented, and that is what exactly is requested in the missions. And in that particular mission, I will be responsible for. I will be working with the climate adaptation. Your area that you are now covering with VITALISE is in it. I mean, health and well-being is a chapter within the climate adaptation mission, because, as you probably know, adaptation to climate change has many facets. It goes from engineering aspects to protect critical infrastructures, or to protect coastal areas from sea level rise or floodings. But it also is very important that health systems, public health systems, adapt also to the impacts that climate change brings about. We have seen already heat that has been very present over the last years in a couple of European regions, where public hospitals, not in the beginning, were prepared for actually to operate, for example, to carry out operations under these very high temperature situations, and had to adapt to these things, to the temperature, by bringing in other rooms, other facilities in a hospital. That is a very concrete example. So people will suffer more from heat than in the past. That is obvious. And people will also, citizens, we all will suffer more than in the past from vector-borne diseases, because these also will increase through, that is another impact of climate change, that we will see vectors for diseases that previously have not lived in Europe moving up to Europe. that can be, I mean, we have mosquitoes now already in certain European areas. We have malaria having reached Europe, for example. And that will continue like that. And it will go, so all the climate zones are predicted to move further north. So that will mean that the diseases that were maybe previously considered tropical or subtropical, they will be found in the southern parts of Europe. And I do not know where exactly the border will go between southern Europe and Central Europe. Maybe people that believe they are in Central Europe in terms of disease and in exposure to vector-borne diseases might well be in Southern Europe in the future. So all this is an adaptation that has to take place. And that is two examples for why in the climate adaptation mission, we will look at health and well-being. So I am not able to say now, right, exactly whether you can and in what way you could play a role in the mission in the future, the living labs. But because I simply do not know enough yet, I have never ever, unfortunately, been able to visit in real life a living lab. That hampers also my understanding of what you can do, I must admit freely and frankly. And I will really, I really hope that one day I can do this, that I can visit one of your places and can see how, what kind of work I can see for myself, what I only can read about now, how things are handled. And that maybe might also help me in more clearly understand how in the future living labs can be involved in missions, and in particular in the climate adaptation mission, which I'm almost certain that you can, but I'm not having yet the totally clear ideas about it. And but I am inviting you to stay in contact with me over the coming months and years, because the mission is a long-term action. It is not over within 2-3 years, that will go on for quite a while. And especially our involvement, our actions to involve citizens will be something where where we are right in the beginning of our thinking, and where also the living labs might be very fruitful, helpful for us and the experience you have gained. Evdokimos and Tuya, I think I will stop here, and I wish you all the best for your new project, and all the best for all the labs that constitutes this project.
Thank you, Mr. Klumbers. Thank you for highlighting some opportunities, and also thank you for sharing the challenges that we have as a project and as living labs to prove in the future, and to position ourselves, the living labs, in the right position, in the right place to help research in many different aspects, as you mentioned, from climate to other domains. For instance, we have already been invited by the Cancer Mission to present to them what we are doing, so they can see how we do capacity building, what we offer. And this is actually one of our, let's say, objectives, to prove, to get close to you, to prove, and then you can build the future and the future calls on top of what you have from research, from living labs, and from all the other domains. So this is a promise that will be close, will provide you with information, will provide you with developments of the project, with new challenges, with our vision, so you can have all this information, not only you, but of course the Commission.
Great.
Any final words from Tuya or Panos to Mr. Klumbers?
Nothing much from my side, apart from thanking Johannes a lot for sharing these words, and of course being so honest and admitting the challenges of the living lab approaches. In fact, this is why we have made this event to be an open day event, so that people can get to know this, and also for those that already know the approach, to share their experiences and their visions with us. So in all cases, we really appreciate your presence here and participation to this event. And thanks again.
And yes, you are most welcome to join any of our meetings or to visit any of our living labs or related activities. Just name the time and place, and you will be welcomed.
Let's stay in touch so that once we can travel again, because this is what will help me most, I think, if I can see on the ground how you work, what you do, and how the activities are carried out. And I'm really looking forward to that.
You're most welcome.
So stay in touch. That would be great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining, Johannes. Okay, now we move on with the agenda. I will share my screen to briefly present what VITALISE is about, and then we move on with the joint research activities and the open calls. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So VITALISE is an H2020 Research and Innovation Action funded under the Work Programme of European Research Infrastructure. Its duration is 3 years, and the overall budget is 5 million. We are 19 project partners from 10 countries and 2 continents, Europe and Canada. And as you can see, we are living labs, living lab networks, research centers, academia, universities, and SMEs. The challenge of the research community: researchers need access to key research infrastructure. And this is sometimes challenging, as they have to waste a lot of resources on not only identifying the research infrastructure, but also to accessing them. And especially in our domain of the health and well-being, where humans are under observation, the challenge is even harder. In the case of living labs, this caused the creation of many project-oriented living labs. So imagine researchers that they have the need, but they can, for a research infrastructure which cannot access, so they have to waste resources in building a living lab, duplicating the effort of the artists, and then conduct their research study there, and then leave the living lab because they to die because it's not anymore needed. So let me introduce you the actors of our story. It's all the researchers conducting research in the wide domain of health and well-being. On the other side, it's the living labs with access to citizens and to people, and also to the actors of the quadruple helix. And in the middle, we have the person with the yellow t-shirt, the VITALISE, that tries to open the door for the research community to access the infrastructures. So the expected impact is to give efficient access to research infrastructures, to enable the existing research infrastructures to develop in a more advanced, let's say, research infrastructures services, to wider sharing of information, knowledge, and technologies across the field, to foster innovation through partnership of research infrastructures with industry, a new generation of researchers ready to exploit all the essential tools of the living labs for their research, and also to contribute to evidence-based policy making. The concept is that in the first phase, in the harmonization phase, we want to try to harmonize living lab infrastructure, living lab services, and procedures in order to harmonize them, so that then we have the joint research activities, which is about, they are research studies that will use the existing, the research, apologies, my phone was in, okay, research studies, which will exploit and use the research procedures of the living labs. And then we invite external researchers to join the joint research activities in order to exploit and use the research infrastructure, the living labs. If we could say that VITALISE will give an answer to one question, that would be that how much convenient and effective the access of the living lab infrastructure becomes with VITALISE. For the harmonization process, we go bottom up. And by saying this, I mean that we try to understand how living labs work today and start harmonizing this by accepting that the way finding the similarities of the living labs and saying that this is the version 1, harmonization version 1, and then work together in order to improve it and test it and improve it and test it throughout the years. To do so, we will have as a project some working groups on some specific services or procedures of the living labs, but then we invite all the living labs, all the researchers beyond the project and beyond the consortium to join this and to contribute. We have 3 research studies in order to test and evaluate the harmonization process, and these 3 research studies are on rehabilitation, transitional care, and everyday living environments. And you can see at the bottom of the page the partners that are involved in these research studies. Our infrastructures, we have 17 living lab infrastructures spanning across 7 countries, and you can see the name at the half bottom of the page. Here you can see some photos of the research infrastructures. And you will have the opportunity, as many of you, to visit or to use these infrastructures throughout the 3 open calls that we have in VITALISE, where we will accept, where we will give access to 17 virtual and 17 transnational access studies. Moreover, we have capacity building. It's one of the outcomes of the project, where with capacity building, we mean we have different levels. For instance, fast track, a methodology tailored to living lab infrastructures on how living labs can educate researchers in 2 or 3 days in order to access the infrastructures, but also summer schools, innovation capacity, and within the VITALISE project, we'll try to develop, to create and evaluate a master or university course on the co-creation. So to conclude, the VITALISE outcomes are procedural blueprints, state-of-the-art research studies, methodologies on harmonization, establishment of research, living lab research infrastructures, educational material, and then we move also towards to tools like common ways of accessing devices, infrastructures, data sets, knowledge, and data sharing tools. To do so, we have a lot of tasks for the next 3 years, like harmonization meetings open to everybody, analysis of living lab procedures and services, transnational collaboration among the living labs, summer schools, open calls for researchers, tools for reinforcing partnership with industry, and also ICT tools for data sharing and infrastructure access. As you can see, it might, in the consortium, we are some living labs, but the community of living labs in Europe and beyond, it's very, very large. Just to give you an idea of the 3 big networks that we have identified and members of which are joining, it's ENOL, who coordinates the VITALISE project, but also Forum LLSA and TIT Health Living Labs. We are sure and we know that there are also many infrastructures and many living labs that are not in any of the networks, but they do apply co-creation and living lab methodologies individually. Finally, to say that VITALISE is about working with living labs, for living labs, but for the research community. We go beyond with living labs for living labs, and we try to create value for the research community, which is in the health and the well-being domain. And one of the key principles of living labs, is openness, and thus VITALISE should be as open as possible in order to contribute to shaping the future of the living labs. And this is why many of our activities, most of our meetings, starting from today, will be open to everyone. Thank you for your attention. Any questions? Okay, I think we can move on then with the presentation of the joint research activities from Despina Pechani, Vicky van der Orea, and Timo Santonen.
Hello all. I will take the first presentation. I'm Despina Pechani from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and we will present you in a bit more details the joint research activities of VITALISE. I suppose you can see my screen. Thank you. So the joint research activities of VITALISE main objectives are to start working together and to learn working together, to create a transnational network of living labs that has tools for collaborating and creating common research studies. And for this project, we choose to support care pathways of different patients using innovative tools and inclusive procedures. Each living lab has its own tools of working and its own procedures and services. And that is what we want to test here in order also to improve the pathway of people in clinical care. We have 3 research studies, as you have seen in the previous presentation. I will explain a bit each one of them. The first is for rehabilitation. So we want to explore the usability of innovative technologies and interventions on rehabilitation. The other is on transitional care. Our aim is to collect data on transitions of care and create some monitoring for the transitions that are happening in the care pathways. And the other is the everyday living environment, which is about activities that are happening indoors and outdoors. And we would like to collect ecologically valid, hopefully big data from these activities in order to monitor the living conditions of chronic patients. A very draft timeline of how we envisage our activities to run. These 3 research activities are very interconnected and will run in parallel because a lot of living labs are participating in all of them and different infrastructures are participating in the different research activities. So the first months we will gather data that would be then available to all the research community for further analysis and to the researchers that are joining our living labs from the open calls. We will then would like to have some follow-ups, some algorithms, if possible, some co-creation activities with all the stakeholders and the ecosystem that are surrounding living labs, to create some intervention protocols and to really test what the tools that we have. And at the end, to hopefully have some innovative results that we can hopefully would like to further publish and launch, hopefully in the market. So I will give the floor to Vicky to present the first joint research activity and work package 5.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vicky van der Oera. I am the operations manager of RICALab, who is leading the joint research activity of rehabilitation in VITALISE. Next. Welcome to the GRA of rehabilitation, where the focus is on technology that supports and can improve rehabilitation processes for use in rehabilitation hospitals or rehabilitation centers. But this technology, of course, can be combined with the use, coaching, and training of the end users at home. Next. And during this joint research activity, external scientists and companies can collaborate with and visit the living labs and make use of their specific expertise, tools, and infrastructures related to rehabilitation. When you get involved in this joint research activity, you will gain experience in the living lab methodologies and services. And at the end of the collaboration, we will much appreciate your honest feedback on the living lab services provided in order to improve them and to further harmonize them. Next. So the key partners in this joint research activity and their specific research infrastructures are located in Belgium, Greece, Spain, and Canada. And the partners are LicaLab at the Thomas More University of Applied Sciences, collaborating with the Mobilab Motion Lab, the University of Thessaloniki and their Living Lab Thesahal, working with the Short Arm Centrifuge program, Intras Foundation, working with their GRADIAR tool, Association for Knowledge and Technology Industries, Gaia, working with the Ocean Living Lab, and McGill University and University of Montreal, both collaborating in the Interdisciplinary Research Center for Rehabilitation of Metropolitan Montreal, and they are working with several tools from their 6 rehabilitation centers. Now, all these infrastructures will be explained by each partner right after the first coffee break. So the target end users are individuals with physical and/or cognitive difficulties in need of rehabilitation, for example, stroke patients. And we will let them test a combination of cognitive training interventions to evaluate their executive functions and physical training interventions to evaluate mobility and gait. But we will also include care professionals as well as families or informal carers in co-creation sessions. Next. And we can focus on several types of technological interventions. For instance, gamified virtual reality, working with avatars, digital cognitive training, working with serious games to stimulate brain function. Next. Or gait registration and intervention to evaluate gait, or the short arm centrifuge program to, for instance, evaluate recovery of muscle strength. Next. Now, several methods can be used to capture data and measure the applicability and usability of these interventions during the rehabilitation process, like advanced camera and motion capture equipment, wearable and physiological measurement, and last, observation and subjective experience, just giving some examples. And this is my last slide. If you want to contact us, feel free, let us know, and we'll be able to answer your questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Vicky. I will continue again to present you a bit the work package 6 and joint research activity number 2, which is about transitional care. A brief definition about care transitions. Care transitions refer to the movement of patients between healthcare practitioners and settings, as they have different conditions and changes to the conditions during the course of a chronic or acute illness. And these changes can be through different settings: hospital to rehabilitation, rehabilitation to home, hospital to home directly, etc. So between that other two joint research activities is the transitional care. And the innovation potential that we want to give in this study is to support the transitions with other ICT tools and ambience enhanced measures rather than the usual clinical measures that are used right now. The objective is to collect data and also support the healthcare professionals in the decision for an effective care transition. The key partners infrastructure that are participating in this joint research activity are again LicaLab, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and Thesahal, Intras partner with their Mobilab, UPM, University Polytechnical de Madrid with Life as Tech House, and also our Canadian partners, McGill University, Université de Montréal, and Career Rehabilitation Living Lab. All of the infrastructures would be also presented in the next session by the partners themselves. So make sure that you follow. And the target groups of this joint research activity are mainly patients with chronic diseases, frailties, or multimorbidities that have the basic need for the transitions and perform usual transitions in healthcare, but also the healthcare professionals, social care professionals, patient experts, and also informal caregivers that are close to these patients. And some examples of technologies that can be used are some monitoring tools like 3D depth sensor cameras or smart scales, intervention tools, apps, and other hardware devices that our living labs are developing, but also some biosignals monitoring, heart rates, oximeter, etc. So all this will contribute to give more information to the healthcare professionals for an effective and efficient healthcare transition. And now Teemu Santonen will present work packet 7 and joint research activity 3.
Hello all, my name is Teemu Santonen, coming from Laurea. So we are talking about the everyday living activities. So maybe the next slide, please. So as you might see already, in my opinion, great point about living labs that we can be everywhere. I mean everywhere. So and this particular GRA, the aim is for collecting big data from everyday life activities. And why we do it is then trying to create real-time dynamic personalization of care for people who have the chronic conditions. And through that, we try to improve the care interventions. Please, next one. As you already seen and heard most of our environment, so in here we as well as doing operations Greece, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Hungary, and Canada. And in here you can see a couple of illustrations from the prior activity that has done by our Living Lab partners, and especially right-hand lower corner, all the people playing football while they are being tracking throughout the different devices. And this is the kind of thing that what we are doing, or you can be dancing outdoors or whatever. So the world is open for us to kind of tracking all kind of activities. And the partners are the same pretty much as previously. So what we do is also that we are not limited in doing the activities in communities, like for example, recreational activities or while being mobile. And also the idea is to collect the data and observations in-house, where the people are actually living. And that gives us opportunity, for example, doing some measurements before they go to the recreational activities or after when they come back from those. So giving the whole understanding about that, how the kind of an activity was influencing on them. Next slide, please. And in here is the target is really to try to collect a large number of people having chronic conditions. And because we are operating in outdoors, and maybe, for example, if kind of engaging elderly people, for example, they could be then also not only the who we are measuring, but also kind of group of family members, informal or formal caregivers, community center people who are kind of collaborating with elderly people, senior associations, sport association, municipals, and technology providers, because this gives also a possibility to test out all kind of new technologies. Next one, please. So pretty much using a similar tools, but in here is also we highlight that we are kind of a mobile living labs, because we can go anywhere or most of the places at least, using kind of an 3D depth sensors, RGB cameras, smart home sensors, serious scans as well, wearables, eye tracking glasses, smartwatches, and so forth. And also there's been discussion about that using artificial intelligence and computer modeling for while we are actually doing the data collection, analytics, and how we interpret our results as well. And I think that's really exciting part of this particular research activity. Okay, next one. Okay, that was the last one.
So here are all the connection details. Please feel free to contact any of us. to learn more, to get engaged, and please feel free to follow VITALISE accounts for the upcoming open calls.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, and I think we can move on to the open calls presented by Socialite.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Irene Fakin from Socialite. Hi, can you share this? I have to share the screen, or you put the slides on?
Do you prefer to put your slides on? I think it's better.
No, you can, it's the same.
Go on, share your screen.
Okay. Just a second, I can. It doesn't allow me to share the screen, so maybe if you can, it's better.
Yes, yes, of course.
Sorry, it doesn't allow me. I don't know why.
No worries.
Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience.
No worries. I will share the screen, and you can tell me to go to the next slide.
Mm-hmm.
Just a moment so that it opens.
Irene, you are a co-host, by the way, now, so you should be able to share the screen.
Okay, so you said I can share.
I have it ready already, so.
Okay, well, now we can see. So I'm Irene Fakin, as I said, from Socialite, and we are the leaders for the work package 11, that it will be the call for ideas and proposal. You can go on. Next slide. Okay, so what will we have to do on this work package? The main aim will be to find out and to select the researchers for the translational access and the virtual access. That will be the end of the aim, let's say. So we will have to, of course, to prepare all the applications templates, all the documents that will be needed for the open calls. As we have already said, there will be 3 open calls. And so, of course, there will be another important aim will be to define the evaluation criteria and evaluation procedures in order to evaluate these proposals. Then go to the next slide. Well, this is just an overview of the tasks for the project, so you can just go on. Okay, so what will be important first of all is to define the evaluation criteria as well as the evaluation procedure in order to define the activities that will be accepted. So there will be, of course, an evaluation team, a sort of evaluation board that will be focused, that will be consistent by the scientific coordinator, that will be Panos Bamindis from AUS, the research infrastructure leaders that will be based on the proposal, and of course one independent evaluator that will be selected based on the infrastructures. Oh, sorry, on the expertise. These evaluator boards will be responsible for grading the proposals and for monitoring the procedure and ensure that the evaluation will be unbiased. The ideas will be that the Living Labs will have to prepare a description of the activities they plan to, they are doing and they plan to offer, let's say. And there will be an activity of matchmaking between the researcher and the Living Labs themselves. Our idea is to have first a passive, let's say a passive matchmaking, let's say that the researcher will have to look at this description provided and decide which activities will be best for his research. And then there will be a more active, let's say, more active approach in which the research will be really connected to the living lab and decide and find out what to do together. Next slide, please. So this will be really the implementation of the open calls, let's say, in which we will have to gather all the proposals to invite independent evaluators and to distribute them the proposals for evaluation. Of course, we will have to find out a group of external evaluators, and we'll have to define also a target of the proposals that have to be given to each evaluators. Also, we have, because we wanted to check that the proposals are spread evenly between the living lab. Of course, we want that all the living labs are involved in this, and that all the researchers have the possibility to explore more possibilities. We'll have an evaluation. Our idea is to have similar to the Erasmus evaluation, let's say. So each researcher will decide according to the matchmaking activities and to the description of the living lab. We have to decide which living lab he prefers. So they will sort of choices. So it will be evaluated, and then according to the evaluation can be given the first, the second, the third choice, or go on. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so this will be the structure. So we will have 3 open calls that will be on month 12, that will be at April 2022, and month 12, that will be December 2022, and at month 26, that will be on June 2023. The structure will be almost the same for all the 3 open calls. It will be, we will have a moment of preparation for the call. That will be around 2 months. Then the call will be opened, and we'll have a window of around 2 months for the submission. And then after the submission, it will be evaluated, and the researchers will be matched with the living labs according also to their choices. For the first 2 calls, these assets will not only can also be more than these 2 months, because in the proposal we have also stated that the calls could be also parallel, so it can be also extended a little bit. But while for the last call, it will be will be more time bound, because of course for the closure of the project. You can go on. Okay, so on this task, instead we have to prepare all the documents. So we'll have to prepare the living labs presentation to be used. But I think that also the presentation we made yesterday for the partners will be really a good starting point to present what the living labs is about, what activities that they offer. And then we will have to prepare the online application forms, of course, for the submission of the proposal. You can go on. Okay, so this is the outcomes of the project. Of course, at the end of the project, of the work package. Of course, at the end, we'll have to present documents that will have to present what we have done. So there will be some documents that will show how the activities have been done and what are the results. And the first we have, of course, the first milestone will be the publication of the evaluation procedure on the website. And this will be have to be there on month 12. So we have one of the first activities to be done will be really to define what will be the evaluation procedure. Okay, you can go on. Okay, so the main focus that we have for the project, as I have already said on the introduction of the project, will be that we will have to contact a lot of external researchers. So we have the 2 KPIs that are really a good amount of researchers. We have to contact more to recruit more than 100 transnational researchers for the transnational assets, and more than 200 for the virtual assets. So we'll have really to focus on these numbers, but not only for numbers itself, but for the benefits that could give to both the living labs and the researcher itself. You can go on. You can skip this here, and just to show the last slide, which would be the timeline. Okay, no, that one, yes. Okay, just to recap, we have we'll have these 3 open calls, month 12, month 20, and month 26. That will be highly disseminated through also work package 13. That will be the work package devoted to the dissemination. Will be presented as much as possible in order to attract as many researchers, of course. And okay, so this is all for me. only one. You can go to the last. Thank you. So it will be me and Valentina Conotter from Social IT that will be focused on this work package. Well, it's all for me. If you have any questions, if not, I finished.
Thank you, Rene. Thank you for sharing this. And I think now it's time for our coffee break, just in time. Unless there are any questions, I see in the chat that Peter has already asked for this. I think, Peter, that you got some answers, correct?
Absolutely. I was just too impatient. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Perhaps some high-level principles would be insightful. So we as Eindhoven University are ourselves part of the consortium, but since we have so many groups, it would be nice if still some other groups could apply to the open calls. But then I'm unsure whether this is a possibility. So do you have high-level principles guiding what will be later refined in the rules for the application form?
From the Commission point of view, I think that this is eligible. I mean, from the same university, from the same, let's say, peak number. But we are not sure. So we'll check with Lorenza the next days, and then we'll have this, we'll come up with actually these eligibility rules. Then, of course, for the internal rules that will set as a consortium, all of us, we should be as open as possible.
Thank you.
Any other question, comment, feedback? Okay, thank you. Then we can break for a coffee, and we'll have a presentation of the different partners playing during the coffee break. So we are back in 10 minutes.
So I think we should start coming back as the coffee break is over. And now we will have a session on Living Lab infrastructures presentation from its Living Lab partner. So I will give 1 more minute for everyone to connect and we can continue. So we will start. The partners will present 1 by 1 their Living Labs infrastructures. There are some partners with 3 Living Lab infrastructures, others with 2, and others with 1, opened throughout VITALISE. So we will go 1 by 1. First is the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and Thessaloniki Active and Healthy Aging Living Lab, and the 3 infrastructures that it has that will be presented by Professor Panagiotis Pamidis.
Okay, thank you, Despina. You will take care of the slides, yes? Okay, so if I can just have the next slide, the infrastructures that we have and will be offered to the VITALISE community here will be of different types. First of all, we have a unique infrastructure called the human centrifuge facility, and which we utilize for rehabilitation studies, and therefore we will be exploited as a rehabilitation living lab in essence. It's one of the few, if not the only one within the EU territory level, I mean, as a human centrifuge facility, which is used for whole body rehabilitation and generally for medical and research purposes. It is, you can see some elements of that within the picture on the left-hand side, and it's actually based on a patent that existed from Johan Vernikos, who used to be the leader for the life sciences department of NASA. And we have been exploiting this idea with my colleague, who is also part of this project, Dr. Chrysula Koutidou Papadeli. And within a memorandum of understanding we have, we will be able to utilize it properly within this project activities. The second type, if I can have the next one, the second type of infrastructure that can be exploited in the VITALISE project is the healthcare transitions living lab, which we have within the Hippocratean General Hospital of Thessaloniki, in fact, within the University Pathology Clinic. And it's basically an ecologically valid space which can study transitions, especially discharge nodes or transitions of care, either within the hospital, within different departments, or to be released from hospital services and to be prepared for home rehabilitation or home services and care. So this is again another digital space which is equipped with all the necessary sensors as well as tools that will allow us for such a study to be fully released. The third type of infrastructure is what we have long-standing within the university structures. It's the living lab simulating the daily living environment. It's located within the School of Medicine at our own lab of medical physics and digital innovation. And it basically allows for immediate collaboration, communication, interactions of patients with staff, with students, and different stakeholders. It has been used for a long time to record activities and of daily living, to do interventions, to do different co-creation approaches, educational sessions, training sessions, and so forth. It's again a digital space which, equipped with all the different sensors and activities, can be fertilized with all these interactions that we need in the living labs. The next slide. Ongoing activities that we have within these three spaces. You can see the acronyms of the different projects that are actually attached, funded projects which are attached to these different three settings, and the type of activities that we have, especially linked with each of these. And these are not exclusive, but it's an indicative list. Basically, in the Central Acute Rehabilitation Lab, we study rehabilitation, obviously, and problems with the neurodegeneration, neurological disorders and events, as well as other respiratory and sleep disorders, etc. These are now exploited within a H2020 project, which just kicked off last week. In fact, it's called Urbanom, measuring and monitoring, including the living lab approaches, environmental health factors on daily living. The second setup that we have, the healthcare transitions living lab, it is utilized and will be utilized, in fact, within another two projects, the in advanced studying palliative care and Jade Care, which is an emblematic joint action project referring to digitally empowered health care provision within the different countries. And we do have studies of multimorbid patients as well as cardiovascular and COPD patients, which are the main type of activity, together with those patients suffering from long-term care, like having ulcers, etc. It's included in this one. Last but not least, the living lab that we have at the university, it is utilizing assistive technologies, experiences, and experimentation, different methodological frameworks for co-creation, and of course, different interventions, including cancer patients and patients in need of support in everyday activities. And the Captain, the Prolong, Life Charms, and Shapes are all different H2020 projects supporting these activities. I think I've covered most of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Laurea and Temus Antonin presenting the three infrastructures of Laurea.
Yeah, hello, pleased to meet you all. So we start with the Laurea Living Labs, which is kind of in the, I would say that the whole Uusimaa region, Helsinki capital region, as well as our facilities are kind of in living labs, because Finland and Laurea is among the living labs beyond pioneers, and basically meaning that we are operating in one of the most innovative and digital area in Europe, where is kind of a high level of probably consent to do an experimental culture and using, for example, citizens' health and social data for research and open that data to everybody. And it's also kind of that we are among the kind of leading digital health developers throughout the Health Capital Helsinki Alliance partnerships. So the idea is that actually the whole region, including the city and the kind of rural areas around the Helsinki area, are made available for these kind of living lab activities. And the heart of our activities is a service design, co-creation, and customer centricity, which is some kind of a cross-sectional strategy choice at the university as well as at the regional level. So basically meaning that we always try to follow these multidisciplinary approaches for living lab activities. And that's kind of we are not that much focusing on the kind of physical locations within the university premises, but actually we go out there to homes, nursing homes, public spaces, sports facilities, malls, and so forth. Next slide, please. In this project, we are also offering our medical and care simulation center, which is basically, I would say, kind of a classical living lab environment, safe, flexible, repeatable, measurable, and cost-effective environment for running customized scenarios to evaluate, for example, human-machine interaction, processes, and collaboration among the group of people. So basically, we have a shock room, intensive care unit, and a ward, and also these kind of wireless patient simulators where you can, using 8 high-quality holding cameras and wireless microphones and annotation systems, you can record and monitor all the interactions. And we also have in total, we have 3 simulation environments in different locations in different campuses. So we are able to also do kind of a collaboration where some happening in the other physical locations. Next slide, please. And the other thing that we are offering is our Laura Activity Living Lab, which is basically a mobile technology to test physical capacity and physical activity levels. And we've been done, for example, that up to 400 persons per day at any locations. We have plenty of different kind of devices where we can kind of measure metabolic system, field performance, balance, and so forth. And here are some illustrations about the previous activities. And for example, I was previously mentioning about this recreational football. We've been doing that kind of approach quite a lot. And there's an example of one of the testees wearing a mask over there. On the next one, please. And ongoing activities, the simulation center is mainly used as a learning environments for the students and the other multi-professional groups where they're learning new skills. But previously it's been used, for example, waste composite logistic in hospital environment. And in this activity lab, we have this football related and all kind of, physical exercises related projects. And otherwise, we are not limited ourselves in the health and well-being area. We've been doing this circular economy business model development throughout the living labs in Horizon projects. And this very recent project and very kind of topical citizen engagements for preparedness activities because of the COVID things and how we can kind of share information better between the citizens and the public authorities, in a way genuinely developing and testing national, regional, and local level preparedness systems in collaboration with the users. Really excited about that project. And also we have projects focusing on co-creation orchestrations within the local ecosystems and similar. And there was, for example, the SAPES project Horizon SAPES project was mentioned. We are also part of that, focusing especially on the ethics. And I think that was the last slide.
Thank you very much, Teemu. And next is LicaLab, presented by Vicky van den Aurea.
Welcome, everybody. So let's go to the next slide, Despoina. So we work closely together with another research group at the Thomas More University of Applied Sciences, and that's Mobilab and Care. They have a very nice infrastructure, the Motion Lab. And the value of the Motion Lab is that it allows for extensive motion and gait analysis, biomechanical evaluation of devices, as well as mechanical and endurance testing of devices. And you see in the descriptions, there are a lot of possibilities to measure and to capture data, like movement of registration and analysis of 3D motion capture system, as well as a wearable system, a dynamic spine posture and motion analysis, pressure and force measurement, muscle activity, sensors for measuring EEG, ECG, and so forth, 3D and 4D scanning for the feet, high-speed cameras, strength and durability test with a robot, and a numerical modeling and actuators for testing of control algorithms. Luisa Muraro is also present here in this session. So if you have specific questions on some of these, put it in the chat, please. Next. Then also in collaboration with the Mobile Lab and Care Research Group, there is an experience lab. And in this experience lab, the value is that it is a flexible simulated living and care environment. It's only for a single elderly person, and it allows for research and testing of technology in a controlled environment. So it's ideal to test scenarios and settings before they are launched in a real life setting. And they have in this experience lab an equipped living room, kitchen and bedroom with sensors to monitor the behavior and self-reliance in a residential setting. So it includes sensors for motion capture, proximity, time of flight, and so on. They also work on virtual reality and other tools, Internet of Things, wearable watches. So all things that could lead to a real life testing situation can be involved here. Then the next slide, please. Then, of course, we have as LICALab a very broad panel of end users that like to collaborate with us on the research activities. And within this group, there is also a group of 800 plus elderly people living in their own homes in different living conditions. So this is really an asset that we can include these in real life testing, and we can upscale after lab testing to the real life testing environment. And what we do is we equip the homes with technology that needs to be tested from our research partners, from companies, and then we evaluate this together with our end users. Then an overview, next slide, please, Despoina. Some research projects that are going on. In the Motion Lab, there is Project Motion, an Interreg project, which is about the development and validation of lower limb exoskeleton technology for children with neurological disorders. There is the Sense to Action project, which is about the development of a choice tool for companies to guide them towards possible technologies for the prevention of physical overload. Next slide. In the Experience Lab and in the Motion Lab, we work on the project Immersive Care, which is enhancing the care through virtual environments. This can be concerning rehabilitation or pediatrics. Then in LICALab, we have some yeah, you are too fast. Then in LICALab, we have ongoing tests. We have many, but these are a few examples on some medical devices. Moonbird is a device to support people with sleeping disorders based on biofeedback signals. And Seriter is we explore the medical device. This is to help Parkinson patients overcome the freezing of gait. Next and the last one is we also work together in Bebop Empower Care on a digital health app. This is a digital tool for citizens to monitor their health condition to prevent chronic disease risk. And on Synapse, this is a digital platform to support stroke patients and their caregivers with specific info about their condition. So this gives some overview of the kind of projects that we are running. I think that's the last one. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Rosa Almeida presenting INDRAS and MindLab.
Hi, good afternoon. So just for giving you a bit of context, MindLab is an umbrella under which we provide living lab services and organize activities, infrastructure, and other resources according to the actions or study objectives we have, expected impacts and implementation, different implementation settings. So you can go forward to the second, please. Okay, so our main focus is on mental health and aging, and we have 8 main pillars of activity. 3 of those are directly connected with the 3 joint research actions in the project. So cognitive intervention and rehabilitation, digital health, self-management of health and disease, connected care at home and independent living solutions, digital learning, inclusion and accessibility, co-design with users and public involvement in itself. It's one of the main pillars. Empowering personalized interventions, sensory stimulation and immersive experience. And we also support a spin-off company for technology transfer and commercialization. As you can see on the right, we count with an impact ecosystem and a strong collaboration with the quadruple helix stakeholders. We are involved in different European research networks and action groups, promoting bottom-up driven models and pillared on experience-led design. We also participate in European research exchange schemes like Marie Curie, RISE, and ETN, receiving frequently external researchers and also participants and users as co-researchers. This is really important for us. And 3 years ago, we have constituted the first group of experts by experience in the region. So the core operational center is in Valladolid, in Castilian region, and we have the privileged access to interest, resources, and care facilities. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we work with multifunctional spaces that can be used, for example, for trainings, small events, collaboration workshops, or healthy circuits of experimentation, rooms for trying technologies, working offices, and open innovation spaces in 2 buildings of interest, and other supportive spaces. For example, we can convert a number of rooms of different in different buildings of interest centers into a pilot study when it's required, or we can have access to some of the free flats, supervised flats that are coordinated from interest. MindLab is equipped with the state-of-art technologies and several prototypes, counting with a network, infrastructure, and services supporting access and service provision as well. And we work mostly with other adults with cognitive decline, caregivers, care professionals, but also with other target groups. We have been, as I mentioned, already working in the settings that are the focus of the 3 VITALISE joint research actions. So in rehabilitation, we run activities within the intervention context of the Neurorehabilitation Center and memory clinics from interest especially, and also, well, both for co-creation and testing of new approaches and prototypes in this setting. And also we work in research for supporting transitions. We have co-developed extended VR assistive environments for which efficacy testing is still required. And we work in home settings to understand how different supportive technology and services can be more efficiently handled for supporting provide coach personalized features and monitoring. You can go to the next slide, please. So for the joint research action on rehabilitation support by technology, we count with software co-developed and refined through co-creation process in the Living Lab. So in VITALISE, we expect to continue this line with additional research for validation of the last functionalities introduced in the software for cognitive training and rehabilitation called Gradier Cognitive, as was mentioned before by the leader of work package 5. You can go to the next slide, please. And for the joint research action on transition in care, we count with the VR rehabilitation scenarios, simulating activity rooms based on a Snowsland approach that most of you probably know, and in a program for training executive functions as an extended assistive environment. So the 2 prototypes we have offer virtual access to different spaces and activities and are designed to accomplish with the different therapeutic goals. The scenarios were developed to generate positive emotions. Experimenting fun, amusement, calmness, depending on the objectives of the virtual rooms and the exercises. And in VITALISE, we would like to explore the possibility of merging the 2 prototypes for a more integrated approach. You can go to the other slide, please. So in work package 7, in the joint research action on everyday smart living environments, we would like to bring our experience in previous projects on home monitoring and assistance. And it's clear that the research in this setting involves in keeping the houses with devices and services already tested in living lab environment, as we are normally doing in other projects, and required proper monitoring protocols, accommodating participants' requirements and preference, and so on. I brought a video on one of the projects for sensorizing real homes and reactive parameterization of activities, but I know that the time is getting over, so we can go further to the last slide just for finalizing. So you can see some project logos related with the research we are conducting under the 3 interconnected settings. With Osmartai, we will design an intervention to be delivered in rehabilitation services with the support of social robots. In our case, will be Pepper. We work in a new version of Gradual Cognitive with new algorithms for personalization, and we are keen to also migrate Gradual Active, that is more focused on answer gaming, to a new platform. We continue developing and testing some of the low-tech prototypes for supporting patients after dementia diagnosis that has begun with the MIND project. In the second line,
you have 10 seconds left, sorry.
Yes, so both VR approaches I mentioned before were initially tested in inpatient settings, and a small pilot was conducted in palliative care services. So we received 2 awards on this research line. And we are also working and testing prototypes such as the Captain eCoach and off-the-shelf projects that are being purchased for testing in real homes environment for the study I mentioned before. So this is all. Just to mention that I thought I referred concrete possibilities for study in the 3 joint research actions. We are still open to discussion in case to evaluate further opportunities for testing other partner solutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Next is Trebak and Wellbeing Virlam, presented by Annie Konaki.
Yes, welcome everyone. Our living lab is situated in a village not far from the capital, and we have a physical setting there, but our main strength is in networking. We are in cooperation with local and regional and national resources. So we closely cooperate with the municipality of Nagykovácsi, also local sports clubs, the old elderly home, and in Budapest, in the nearby city, academic resources. And also we have an old healthcare center where we have our researches and our training material tested. Trebog offers alternative activities for older adults' well-being. We provide services like Nordic walking, gardening, and Tai Chi. We connect these activities with possible researches. We have developed special testing methods that we can measure the physical status of the people. Normally, these are older people, elderly, or people over 50. We also have developed some online tools for the testing in the format of gamification. So we have gamified resources, and there are resources for testing and developing physical and mental health. We have our main center. It's like a family house, a detached house with living rooms and a kitchenette. Also, there is a big terrace and a garden where there are a lot of services and activities taking place. We are equipped with technical devices like ICT, whiteboards, projector, and we do a lot of activities with local citizens or those who visit us, or we go out and make tests and development of training materials outside of our environment. Yes, next one, please.
You have 10 seconds left.
We have our main ongoing activities are manifold. I've just listed some of them, but the main focus is on older adults, programs for maintaining mental and physical health, education, nutrition, and voluntary peer support. We also take care of well-being of youth, and we provide services for SMEs, but our main focus is on prevention of healthcare and well-being in mental and physical health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Gaia, presented by Joaquin Garatea.
Thank you, Despoina. Could you go to the next slide? Yes, our infrastructure identity, it is related to what Fernando Vilariño was saying. In our living labs, they are distributed and they are horizontal infrastructure. Distributed because we have different spaces where we make the living lab projects and research, because we cooperate with universities, we cooperate with research centers, and we cooperate also with silver labs or elderly associations or core users. So when we talk about the Ocean Living Lab for rehabilitation, we are talking about a space that it is related to what Mr. Kruppers was saying. I mean, one of the main assets that we have is that we are a reserve of the biosphere, the area, and we are fighting against the climate change difficulties. So we are very much on the climate adaptation sphere related to this living lab. So it is a real space in the Basque Coast. The coast is very much affected by the climate change. So the goal is also to innovate on technology, services, and mental improvement of citizens through the practice of sports. Let's say it's more on prevention, but it is also on rehabilitation related to prevention. We have different physical scenarios, as we're saying, cooperating and with agreements, not just with local universities, but also foreigners. Next one, please. We are working in the last projects related on smart identification systems for emergency situation in the coast related to climate change, but also related to the citizens' behavior. Also, we are just working on concrete structures like canoa for performance monitoring, making sports more friendly, and open also size lab. I mean, we use beaches or we use the open spaces as living labs. We have infrastructures for simulation in the universities or research centers, but most of the test beds are are outdoors. Next one, please. The other one is related to the smart spaces. I mean, in the Silver Living Lab that we are working in different municipalities, one it is the Guernica Lumo, and it's unique because we are working on sport spaces. We have been working also with Laurea in the project that Timu, and also I think that Miko Julin is our colleagues. We have been working in a sport related with aging people, and we have been working on how sport spaces can enhance and can be a good living lab for innovating, researching, and working in how to enhance the sport in elderly people using this kind of spaces, outdoors mainly. So we are redesigning the public spaces thanks to this sport-related or well-being approach, giving new uses to infrastructure and sport spaces, not just for younger people, but also for the elderly, and adapting them to different needs, sport grounds, public gyms, using technologies and methodologies for the improvement of this goal. Next one. One of the projects that has been already mentioned by Timu and that it is ongoing has been a very good project for the Living Lab approach, because this project is promoting health through recreational football among citizens over 60 years old. And we have been working using different technologies and so on. Nowadays, we want to improve the smart spaces for the practicing of team sports, and also we are developing an international sustainable soccer observatory. Why sustainable? Because as we say, we are in a reserve of the biosphere. So every product or research that need to be tested need to have into consideration that we are in the reserve of the biosphere. Sustainability is a must. Every product that need to be tested, being this for the improvement of the technology use, need to have this kind of consideration. So it is good to the product to be tested there, because you will have a kind of label that you have been tested in a sustainable or needed to be sustainable area. So that's all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is AIT, presented by Marcus Garsal.
Yes, thank you, Despina. Just a few words about our AIT, Austrian Institute of Technology Health Experience Lab. It is located in Vienna, here in Austria, and it comprises a flexible lab infrastructure that includes comprehensive tools for creating and measuring user experiences related to health and assistive systems innovation. And of course, also a user panel and a huge network of stakeholders from the care and the clinical sectors here in Austria and beyond. Yes, and the specific focus of our interdisciplinary team here is on subjectively perceived qualities and very much on individual needs of the users. So a diversity-driven approach, and all this in order to, within our lab, optimally align future health solutions to the needs of specific user groups and different contextual situations. Yes, the next slide, please. It's impossible to give an overview on activities in 2 minutes, but one target group that we had a focus just recently are patients with chronic lung diseases. So here we, for example, developed solutions that support monitoring, therapy compliance, peer support, and so on. For example, by providing personal digital assistance, as in the example mentioned on this slide, or by monitoring physiological parameters, indoor air quality, and so on. On the other hand, many of our projects focus on improving health, safety, and of course, very important, social integration, and support the participation of older people by providing personal assistive technologies. And this is, for example, something that we just recently did with within the Viennese AAL test region Walter, where we involved almost 200 citizens here in Vienna. Yes, that's just a quick overview from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is UPM and the Life Stack, presented by Gloria Sea.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Beatriz.
Sorry, Bea, thank you.
That's okay. Presenting. The Smart House Living Lab is located in Madrid region, specifically in the surroundings of the Technical University of Madrid, and is more than a single physical infrastructure. We call it, and we define it as a set of environments, specifically the three that you can see here in the slide, the synergies with each other under the Living Lab concept. Specifically, they are, first of all, the Smart Home Lab, that is the thing that I'm going to describe afterwards as infrastructure, that is the physical laboratory located in the School of Telecommunications. Then we have the Arcade Club, what we call Arcade Club, that is an interactive and exploratory environment for technology deployment and user training for research, validation, and testing of implemented solutions. And going further, the three pillar of this whole ecosystem is the Neighborhood Collab, that is the real environment deployed in a city of neighborhoods where more than 300 users use and coexist daily with different solutions and products. Next slide, please. Yes, now putting the focus on the physical infrastructure, what we offer here in VITALISE is an ecosystem of technologies and partnerships centered on biomedical engineering challenge to foster applied research and creation of innovative products and services impacting people's quality of life. Our very value is that we are covering the full innovation cycle from conception to production of application-driven solutions or products mainly focused on health. In these pictures, you can see the appearance of the living lab, of the Smart House Living Lab. That is a modular lab. Next slide, please. Then from the technological point of view, we have a set of technologies such as sensor, robots, domotic technology, and you can see here in this slide that are available for research and innovation to feed mainly some research areas such as robotics, human-machine interaction, future health, active and healthy aging knowledge, among others. Next slide, please.
You have 10 seconds left.
Yeah, our methodology is twofold. We have two ways of access depending on the TRL level of products. That is to say that we have technology-driven, meaning that you need a control environment, or application-driven if you would like to test in real settings. Next slide. And finally, just to have at a glance an idea on what we are working nowadays in this ecosystem, we have projects such as Activate, Gatekeeper, large-scale pilots, or even the 80 Health Living Labs and Test Bed Network that we were the founders of it. And in this infrastructure, this project was born. And that's all.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, our Canadian partners, McGill University and Université de Montréal, along with CREER, presented. And I will give the floor to Eva, who will share her screen to show you also some videos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I hope this video works. I will be presenting both from McGill and the University of Montreal. The researchers participating in the project are all belong to the Center for Interdisciplinary Research and Rehabilitation, CREER. And I think you will get a better idea of the infrastructures, the different labs within the different hospitals as you listen to this video. I will be stopping it as we go, precisely because it is a little too long for the time allotted. Oh.
Sorry, we don't hear anything.
And we cannot see. Eva, are you with us?
Yes, I think this is not working after all.
We can hear you now.
Pity, but we will. I will actually. Yes, I realize this is not working after all. So what I will do is leave you have the link already, and you can go and look at this video on your own. In the meantime, maybe Despina, you can share your screen and I could do the presentation. Thank you.
Just give me a second to open again.
How are you in terms of the weather in Montreal? Is it okay?
You don't want to know. It's actually, we've had lovely weather, but unfortunately we're expecting snow tomorrow. So there you are. This is Canada for you. So enjoy the nice weather you have. Now you can see the presentation and you can hear me, right?
Super.
Good, great, thank you, and apologies for the mishap. You still have the link. So CREER is, its mission is to optimize functional capacity, performance, participation, and social inclusion of people living with physical disabilities through research in the domains of biomedical and psychosocial rehabilitation. Next slide, please. Labs and infrastructure are within the walls of 6 rehabilitation sites. And can you please go to the next slide? Thank you. At the Jewish Rehabilitation Hospital, we have labs conducting locomotor training with virtual environments, cardio training programs for stroke, avatar programs using avatar-based feedback, and these all addressing people with coming to the Jewish Rehabilitation Hospital with stroke, traumatic brain injury, or other musculoskeletal conditions. Next slide, please. Labs at the Institute Jean Gralenzi, as you can see, audiovisual proprioceptive virtual reality for mobility and communication. Also labs working with gait and mobility for individuals with stroke, traumatic brain injury, spinal cord injury. To promote reintegration and participation in the community, labs using exercise games or serious games are visited and used by clinicians and patients that come to these rehabilitation centers. Intersectoral and interdisciplinary projects bringing together neuro and psycholinguistics with gait and mobility are looking at walking and reading in virtual environments. Given that our goal is to bring individuals into the community after having had a stroke or a traumatic brain injury, we first try out different activities within our labs using virtual reality. Then we take the patients into the community. So this is exactly what you're seeing here, walking and reading in virtual environments. Our living labs are also found in the community. An example that you have here is with the Museum of Fine Arts in Montreal, where we are looking at improving accessibility of language and communication for individuals with stroke and language limitations. Similar living labs in the community are found in different leisure environments, and also in an example of those being also a theater. Next slide, please. Brilliant. The Biomedical Research and Informatics Living Laboratory for Innovative Advances of New Technologies in Community Mobility Rehabilitation. This is a very large project funded by the Canadian Foundation for Innovation, and it is putting together a platform that will acquire data from acute care all the way to the home with rehabilitation hospitals and centers in between. So acquire data about patients, also acquire data provided by patients and caregivers themselves, as well as clinicians, of course, put together all of these data in order to propose personalized assessments and interventions for people living with the sequelae of stroke or traumatic brain injury or spinal cord injury. Next slide, please. So an example of ongoing activities in these rehabilitation sites: locomotor training in virtual environments, rehabilitation technologies, cardio training for stroke, ETSR games for stroke, brilliant, which I just mentioned, development of tools for assessing concussions and traumatic brain injuries, artificial intelligence to palliate word-finding difficulties in stroke and aphasia, memory lab and the motor memory rehabilitation lab. Next, please.
You have 10 seconds left.
Rehab, creating inclusive environments for individuals with physical disabilities. This is actually a rehabilitation living lab within the walls of an urban shopping mall. Sensory integration in rehabilitation, pathokinesiology and functional activities laboratory, virtual reality and mobility, knowledge exchange and education in health professions. Form, color, and light, and research group in illumination and design, person-centered health informatics, techno-innovation in rehabilitation. I think the next one is my last slide. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very happy to have you on board, all the Canadian partners. So if there are no questions for the research infrastructures, I think that we can move on to the next item in the agenda, which is actually the harmonization of health and well-being living labs. Are there any questions? Okay, I will take it as a yes, as a no. Next presentation is again by me and Temu. So I will continue speaking. It's about work package 2, which is the common standards, procedures, and practices of VITALISE, a very central work package in the whole project, and an actual vision of the project to provide these harmonized tools and procedures to living labs to help them work together more efficiently in an improved way. A brief overview of the tasks and deliverables. There is a task about the initial analysis of living labs and their procedures and services led by Laurea. The harmonization board and body meetings led by Enol running throughout the project. The establishment of the evaluation process led by Forum LSA and user requirements that will feed the ICT tools and work package 3. And there are actually a lot of deliverables because every 6 months, this work package will create as an outcome the harmonization processes, documents that will describe the harmonization process among living labs and hopefully will be adopted from external living researchers. And other deliverables that like the evaluation process and tools and the user requirements. So a general timeline of the harmonization process. The first 6 months, what we have to do is the task 2.1 actually, which is the first initial analysis of the living labs, what we are currently doing, what is our current state. And from that, we should start building of harmonizing, finding the differences, finding the common ways of working and start speaking a common language. And every 6 months, we will have a version. And of course, this process is not a linear one, but there's a cyclic one, an iterational one. And in every cycle, what we have to do is to the standards that are developed to actually implement that. So go in living labs and test the standards and the procedures, assess and gather feedback of if what we say it's feasible, if it is effective, if it is used conveniently, improve based on that feedback and create the next version of procedures, of harmonized procedures in order to be approved by the board. And during the writing of the proposals, the consortium partners have identified some services and procedures that are used inside the living labs, and basically we have identified some basic categories and groups, which are the creation of a study protocol, the ethics approval and all the documents that are needed, the actual recruitment of the participants, because we are always working with external stakeholders, the infrastructure management, the real life experimentation and piloting of our solution, and then the evaluation of our results. And Teemu will tell you some more.
Yeah, so the process that was presented on the proposal is only part of the picture. So it's kind of we could be asking that what is the challenge and how we actually plan to solve it. On the left-hand corner, we have the research process phases, which was presented on the previous slide. Probably you also have another ideas that what was missing and what should be included over there as a main category or as a services under one of those categories. On the other hand, we also have the innovation process phases, which is more typically kind of an associated living lab activities when we are kind of developing products and services. The living lab business model, what kind of a business model they are actually operating, also dictates that what they can actually do, and also saying that what kind of productized services and methods they have, and what kind of a local infrastructure and innovation ecosystems they are operating. And next slide, please. And if we really start opening up this, for example, in the innovation process phases, so that's what is presented over there is based on the previous product validation in health project, where we kind of did bit similar activities as we are doing now, but we were focusing more only the services provided for SMEs. And there was also like 15 living labs operating across the Baltic Sea regions. As well as in the business model development for those living labs, we identified 101 business model variables, which are kind of classified based on the business model canvas, 101 attributes, which are kind of describing that what the living labs are actually doing. We've been seeing great kind of infrastructure presentations, and I'm overwhelmed of all the possibilities and technologies that I could be using while collecting the data. We have single-sided places, we have places which are distributed, we have mobile places, or we have virtual places. So basically we have an extensive collection of various user partners, locations, and technologies to do the data collection. And then we have the services, how our clients, either researchers or companies or whoever, can be using our services, which can be kind of also done in the previous Prova Health project. What we identify what kind of a network orchestration, project management related issues, market intelligence operations, doing a co-creation, doing testing and validation, having an advisory and consulting services, and market and sales support. So the problem in here is that how can we start speaking the same language? I give you an example for like everybody knows when they go to McDonald's or Burger King or whatever burger chain, they know how the process then, and they are ordering a soft drink, half a liter. It's always half a liter. We know that big is that and a small drink is like that, and you have hamburger, you offer hamburger, but there may be some variations. So I think we also have to have our hamburger list offering, which includes all kinds of activities. And of course, we will be having like this kind of boutique restaurants who are offering exciting, more expensive kind of services, which are tailor-made for those who really want to experience something else. Next slide, please. Here's, for example, a tool or the 101 business model attributes as presented as a tool. So in here, the green indicates that the particular living lab is strongly emphasizing that area. Lighter green meaning that it's only a medium relevance. Gray indicating that it's only little relevance, and white box indicating that they are not focusing those areas. Throughout these kind of tools, we could be quite easily explaining that what kind of services each of the players are offering. And of course, we have to be understanding that, okay, what is under, for example, key partner research organizations, or who are your partners, or what are the customer segments relating to the digital service providers. For those, what kind of services you could be offering for them. And next slide, please. And in here, of course, we could be using these kind of tools to show like a heat maps that what are the most typical services and business model activities that the Living Labs are doing. And next one, please. In here is today the business is also kind of what kind of services and processes we are offering for them. And in the product validation project that we are using as a starting point for this particular project, we identified these 7 categories: innovation, network, orchestration, and funding support services, about understanding, building up the network, the capacity building, what we are also doing in this particular project, and so forth, creating a vision for the network, project planning and management. When we're starting to do a project, we do the project planning, we do the project management, we are briefing our clients that what we actually planning to do together with you. Then it's kind of a market and competition intelligence services, where we try to understand and evaluate and explore what are the opportunities, what are the needs, and what are the challenges within the particular area, whether it's a research focus or is it aim for developing a new products or services. And then, of course, the heart of the Living Lab activities, doing a co-creation together with the different kinds of stakeholders, as well as doing the testing and validation, what we've been doing. So those are the key elements what we typically think about when we are discussing about Living Labs. And also in that project, we identified there are like these business advisor and management consulting type of services we offer it for the clients, as well as marketing and sales support. And even though we are today kind of focusing in this project a lot in the research activities, we always must be kind of reminding ourselves that also there's a high interest to do a research which is actually leading to some concrete solutions, which could be kind of lifting up the new business opportunities for Europe and elsewhere as well. Okay, and the next slide, please. Okay, this point I could be now explaining what we are doing next, because today we've been only talking, and now we would like to be a little bit on engagement with you. Those examples that I was giving to you are like we say at starting point, and today we would like you to also kind of give you an initial ideas and initial kind of thoughts about what should be done, or what kind of services and processes which we should be offering. And there is the link. I'm assuming that Spona would put that on the chat box. Yes.
Yes, there is the link, and we will do for the next 20 minutes, hopefully, an interactive session to get to know more your ideas and let you express your ideas. And please, Spela, if you could share the link with people seeing this on YouTube. So what we're going to do is you should access the link that we have, and this will drive you to this exact panel. And in this panel, we have in the first section, the main groups of services and procedures offered for innovation by Living Labs, as identified by the Prova Health project, and are listed here. In the other, there are the main groups of service and procedure offered by Living Labs for research, as are initially identified by VITALISE. So by clicking this, you can add more things. And what we want you to add is, firstly, if you see some categories that are missing here. Then if you think that everything is included, please tell us if you think that some need a bit of rephrasing. So maybe some titles do not fit, or maybe some information are needed more for that. And what you can also do is that you can vote for the ones that you think that are the most usually used by your living labs, by your activities. So please start entering, or if you cannot access it, just let us know. And have a look, read, and even feel free to unmute yourself and comment on something that you think does not fit, or you think needs change, or anything else that needs to be added. You cannot see my screen?
I can see it.
Okay.
Despona, by the way, is this a dynamic, so it will be refreshed automatically, so we can see that what's happening in here?
It's refreshed automatically, so. But have anyone tried to enter? Is it okay? Is it working? Please try to write something to see.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. So, okay, I see some votes coming. For example, I will put something like, I don't know, like a testing here, so to see that if you can see it. But I suppose that is. Okay, there are a lot of votes here, so the testing and validation services for innovation are something that people are doing a lot. Do you think that somehow it can be improved or add something in that testing and validation services?
Despona, at least I had a problem when I was trying to add one. I wasn't able to add. It will open the box, but I cannot be writing.
Okay, I think it's now it's, or no, because it's one presented here, service oriented to support scaling up, real implementation and wide extension. So the scaling up of innovative processes. And here we have the innovation network orchestration and founding support. We have some more speed innovation network orchestration and founding support. So we do not, someone does not like the phrasing, the wording here, maybe it needs to be split in two categories. Nice. And I see someone has moved to the next exercise, but that's good. So because I see people that are adding things here, the point of that section is to start adding specific services that are in some of these categories. And if you have identified some and want to add some specific examples, please also feel free to note the specific prefix, so to know with which you're referring to. Okay, there are a lot of things coming. So, and specific is also the logistic support to distribute, collect, clean health devices and wearables. The market analysis. Here in the categories, we have also negotiation and reduction of collaboration contracts between partners. in general application, unmet needs, and how about research? So this is more for innovation part, and how about the research part? I see specific is panel management. Very interesting. Knowledge of regulation and healthcare reimbursements. That's something that we will be investigating here, maybe. Patient recruitment. Can this be merged maybe with stakeholders recruitment? And informed consent maybe with ethics management? I don't know, Teemu, if you have any comments of what we are seeing.
Let me see. You were the patient recruitment as one extra, or what you were asking?
No, I was asking a general comment of what we are seeing. So, for example, I was thinking that patient recruitment maybe, stakeholders recruitment maybe.
Yeah, I think anyway, because I was also by myself adding in here that for A2, the partisan recruitment might be one of the areas, like when we are doing project planning or project management issues, of course the partisan recruitment and management, the panel and so forth is a huge task during the Living Lab activity. So that might be entitled for maybe even kind of in the own category, I don't know, but at least maybe somehow highlighting that that's a really important part of the activities that we do.
Exploitation plans, very important also, connected with management consulting, founding, market analysis, and a lot of other things.
And also think about that if you would be a client for Living Lab, what is the first service that you think about needed, and think about that, do you see it in here, for example? Or indicating a service that you always wanted, but you don't have in your own organization. Or if there are in the YouTube, if there are kind of persons who are not running Living Lab by themselves, but are actually clients of the Living Lab, that now it's a great opportunity to ask all kind of services from us.
There are some very interesting ideas here, like bringing together accelerators, incubators, and angel ventures with studies running in Living Lab. So somehow of exploitation of research and innovation outcomes, the evaluation of delivered services after the project.
What about when thinking about in VITALISE project, we also have very important part is to sharing the data between us. Any ideas about the services that are linked to the data sharing and data collection in a way that we could be openly sharing that between us?
And just to let you know that this will be also extracted. So these are real inputs. It's not only for the sake of exercising. We will analyze that and take them into account. Yeah. And it's actually, yes, please.
And also it seems that, these typical like co-creation and testing are really the most things that what we do. both in the, it seems in the left-hand group and as well as these research activities. So maybe our weak point is then on the other activities that we are not doing that much. So we are pretty confident that we do all the right things in those areas. But what about these other more kind of an, I wouldn't say less important, but not as active areas for us. So maybe that is the kind of a key point for finding a successful service offerings for living labs.
Yes, actually, both for innovation and for research, as you said, testing and validation services and piloting and real-life experimentation, which can be considered more or less the same service, have the most votes. So we are confident in that, but there are a lot of things that are mentioned for the others. So for ethics, I see a lot of comments. For the recruitment is also huge work, as panel management is also mentioned.
Yeah, and also if you can kind of, for the services, not limit to the only services, but also you could be indicating here some kind of a methodological approaches, which is not yet, for example, a full service, but you know, the methodologies that you are actually using. So those would be also great contributions for us. And also during this harmonization process, what we are trying to do is also that, for example, when we are talking about workshops, we should have kind of some kind of a common understanding about what is a workshop, what are the parameters when running a workshop. So of course there might be like multiple versions of the workshops, but then if you are buying a certain workshop service from the certain living labs, you should be getting a pretty much same type of an activities from the others as well, because that's the common language that we should be kind of developing together with us, and also try to agree about the terminologies, that what kind of terms we are actually using, because if somebody's talking this is an orange and somebody talking this is an apple, even though they are speaking about the same thing, that kind of makes a communication and as well as kind of expanding the living lab operation much more difficult.
I would suggest that we leave open the board so that people can contribute more, and we can continue on the presentation because we have some about 10 minutes left. So this board will remain open for your contributions, and as we said, we will be analyzing that contributions, and this is actually an exercise that we will be doing with you for at least until September for the first identification of services and procedures. So,
okay, I will quickly run the next next month until that, when we must be delivering the first version. As we mentioned previously, the work that has been done in product validation in health project is starting as a starting point. So what we are trying to do now next is the kind of collecting the data through the online surveys from all the living lab actors relating to their business models, innovation process stages, services, and technical infrastructures. The idea is to kind of generate a big master list of all the options that we will be knowing. And the idea is also that later on we will be expanding these data collections beyond the consortium as well. So we could be getting also the ideas from other living labs and also the living labs who are not only operating in the health and well-being areas. And then once we get the data from you, the task leader and Enol group, we are trying to consolidate and harmonize. By harmonizing, I mean not being combining the similar items together. So basically consolidating the answers, what you have been doing. And based on that consolidated versions, we will be doing interviews and trying to more in-depth understand that what you were meaning by all of these contributions that you were making. So we would get kind of an holistic understanding and very deep understanding about what lies behind each of the services, for example. And then once we've been doing that data and that understanding will be consolidated in a way that we could be using that as a background material for online workshops, where we are trying to co-create the first draft of the standard version. And once we've been kind of drafting that first version, the idea is that we will be doing kind of a draft testing for that within the partner staff, as well as the relevant stakeholders nearby. The idea in here is not to make kind of a full scale testing operations, because we have very limited time, and the summer vacations are kind of interrupting our work. So that's why we are doing that. And then based on those feedback, task leader and Eno will be kind of doing the consolidation based on the feedback. And then we will be working based on that understanding together with this harmonization body and discussion and define and release the first standard version. And then the first outcome should be that we have a common understanding about the Living Lab business model, innovation, research processes, services, and technical infrastructures. So we have the first overview in a way that is somehow in coherent way described. And next slide. And then from month 6 to month 12, we are actually then going to the I would say the outdoors in a way, starting to kind of a genuine need analysis from the external stakeholders and researchers that, you know, what kind of services you really need. And these are the things that we at the moment have. So that's the plan. And at this point, I can now jump on the follow-up slides.
Yes, and some overview of what this harmonization board and body is, and these meetings that we are doing. The harmonization board is actually a group of experts, both from inside the consortium and the Living Lab representatives, and outside the consortium, that it will be a small, relatively small group of people that will take the actual decision of the standards and approve the standard version. And the harmonization body, it's consisted of all the Living Labs. It's open to all the Living Labs that are willing to join, but also researchers, policymakers, healthcare professionals and practitioners. So everyone who is interested on how Living Labs are working and how research in Living Labs is working, and would like to contribute with their feedback on what we design. We together design, I mean, and also what it is designed will give value to the Living Labs, but also the harmonization body that is participating, because we will learn together to speak the same language and collaborate more efficiently. And the thing with the harmonization body is that it will give, of course, knowledge, feedback, interviews, questionnaires, to improve the harmonization procedure, but also the harmonization procedure will give back to the harmonization body these guidelines that hopefully will improve the way that Living Labs work and collaborate. And how this implementation run is the big question of this work package, and this is what the framework will describe in month 12. But what we envisage and we ideate until now is that the harmonization procedures and all the meetings will go hand by hand with the joint research activities, which are the test bed for these harmonization procedures, and also maybe have common focus. So the timeline that it is used for joint research activity will be the focus of harmonized procedures, because it will have a test bed and an interaction between them. And also some ideas about how the harmonization board and body will operate and work. The body will be an open group of many people and living labs. So we were thinking of using crowdsourcing ICT tools, but also open days, open workshops, questionnaires, and interviews when possible. So please feel free to share any ideas about tools for gathering this data. And also the board will be a much more close group and more easily managed, but we were thinking about Edelphi tools in order to gather the information that we need through software, so that we can come with a first consensus and then decide the final version of these procedures, these harmonized procedures, in open discussions with the harmonization board. And there are a lot of challenges, of course, how this continuous testing will be done, but this is why we have the joint research activity to support that. There is the challenge of not many living labs engaged in this whole procedure and try that we are doing. But we would like to communicate the vision and the value of these harmonized processes with all the living labs and all the researchers. And that is why we are trying it to be as open as possible. And also the establishment of harmonization framework to be flexible, but at the same time to have some points of how we are working and some steps that we can follow. And we have the milestone to achieve for month 12, and we hope that we will have them all cleared by then. So let's create together a common language that will help us work and create, because we don't have it yet, but we will be experimenting to start building on it. And this is our common details. Please do not hesitate to contact us if you're interested in following this harmonization board or body meetings, and if you would like to be engaged in this whole attempt that we are doing to harmonize the procedures and services of living labs.
And also my final remarks in here, it would be in a way that this harmonization process is a great opportunity for us to show that how Living Lab as a method is really working, because we are genuinely using Living Lab approach to develop our own services and practices. So this is our chance to show everybody that how this complex kind of an process could be run and outcome in services that are understandable and very easy to use by the researchers and the companies and so forth. So that's a great challenge, but outcome will be really rewarding.
Thank you, Desmond and Timo. Are there any questions? If not, then we go for a break, and then we have the roundtable discussion on healthy, happy, and social inclusive cities in 3:30. So in 11 minutes. So we can break now, and we meet in 11 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back. I think let's wait 1 minute.
Hello.
Then we can start. Hi, Maria. Just 1 minute
Hello.
to make sure that everyone is back from the coffee break, and then we start in less than a minute.
Yeah, let's also wait. We are just missing one speaker, so maybe worth giving it 1 minute more. Thank you.
Yes. Good. Are we okay? So let's start.
I think so.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ugo Guarnacci. I'm project advisor at the newly established European Research Executive Agency of the European Commission. I'll be the moderator of today's session devoted to healthy, happy, and socially inclusive cities. First and foremost, I would like to thank the project VITALISE that has just kicked off for hosting us in today's meeting. It's a pleasure for us to be here, also because we will be debating things that are at the heart of some of the issues we've been discussing this afternoon. Before we go through on why we decided as European Commission to organize this roundtable discussion, I would like just to provide you few information on myself and why I'm moderating this session and why I have a personal interest, also a professional one in the topic we'll be discussing. I have a PhD in economics, trying to measure and actually define resilience and well-being in post-disaster, post-conflict contexts. And as a part of Project Advisor, I manage a project portfolio on health and well-being in cities, part of the Horizon 2020 call on visionary and integrated solution for health and well-being in cities, 40 million euros devoted to research and innovation at city level. And today we will have two representatives of these two projects. There are 4 in total. The 2 of them that are with us today are Inhabit, coordinated by the University of Cordoba in Spain, and Bar City, coordinated by the Technical University of Crete in Greece. And let's start by saying that actually this roundtable has been framed in a very positive way. We're talking about healthy, happy, and socially inclusive cities. The reason we did that is not because we are naively thinking that the pandemic that we are currently living in does not actually pose any challenges to the city. We are very well aware of the huge challenge we've been faced since the beginning of this pandemic, COVID-19. But on the other hand, as putting together the different voices of the EU research and innovation family, we are confident that research and innovation can actually transform the challenges that we are facing today into opportunities, not only by fostering behavioral change, as we saw thanks to social and digital innovation in the way we work, in the way we interact, and today's event is yet another example in that respect, but also giving high importance to science. It's hugely important to emphasize that we are having a vaccination campaign launched after just 1 year the pandemic has started. So today we will be discussing about this issue. We will have a strong urban focus, and we will have 4 different perspectives of 4 very interesting women. And I'll try to start with my dear colleague, Maria Ioriani, who is senior expert in innovating cities, the Director General of the for Research Innovation of the European Commission. Maria, the first things I'd like to ask you is, why do you think this new nexus between health, well-being, and social inclusion is becoming so important within the EU Research Innovation Action and Initiative we are actually promoting at the European Commission level?
Thank you, Hugo, and hello to all the participants, to the organizers, and to the Mayor's Office, Konstantinos Zervas, who is watching this event. Thank you, Hugo, for using this nexus expression. Indeed, the nexus between health, well-being, and social inclusion is a new nexus. In previous framework programs, like the Framework Program 7, we used to speak on the nexus of water, energy, food, and having funded specific projects and terranets on that within the urban metabolism approach always, but now we are actually linking different social matters. This is in line, perfectly in line with the SDG 11, Sustainable Development Goal 11, and for sustainable, resilient, safe, and inclusive cities, and the emphasis on resilience and social inclusion, which has pushed to promote the idea of the human-centered cities. As you recall, we had a specific high-level expert group in Horizon 2020, chaired by Charles Landry and Rapporteur Riccardo Crescenzi from the London School of Economics. And this group, this high-level expert group, started working on this concept of human-centered cities that is now widely accepted, also within the new urban agenda for the EU, but also in the Horizon Europe new cities mission, climate neutral and smart cities. Moreover, this nexus between health, well-being, and social inclusion is also key for the European Green Deal. That not only aims to transform Europe in a climate neutral continent by 2050, but also puts the emphasis on social justice. Such a vision is further embraced also by the Horizon Europe Climate Neutral Cities Mission, as I mentioned, which promotes 100 climate resilient cities in Europe by 2030. And this is a mission which promotes a full citizens' engagement. Citizens are the key actors. So this mission will transform cities into innovation hubs. It will impact the quality of life of citizens, so promoting also the health and well-being aspects for all citizens. This is a proposal for the time being. We have drafted also the implementation plan, and we hope that the implementation plan of the cities mission to start with calls in Horizon Europe will be endorsed within July this summer.
Thanks, Maria. I think this was a very comprehensive overview of why we are actually addressing these three interlinked issues of health, well-being, and social inclusion. But I would like to zoom into a very specific EU research innovation initiative that we are promoting in close cooperation as a leading partner with the Joint Research Center. And I'm referring to the City Science Initiative, which is very important because we're trying to put science at the heart of what cities are doing and showcasing the role that science has, not only for actually using cities as a case study, but actually to co-create and co-implement a solution with city authorities. And we are very happy also to have Thessaloniki as the leading cities from Greece on a specific action of the City Science Initiative on mental health. So could you please provide some more detail on that also, because we know that Thessaloniki is a city close to your heart.
In fact, I come from Thessaloniki and from the University of Thessaloniki. And this initiative is close to my heart because it brings a very right problem at this moment, and timely problem, that is to strengthen the science dimension in city municipalities and support an evidence-based and science-based policy in which research can help address current urban challenges. So City Science Initiative is a third space. That's how we see this initiative, where informally all stakeholders from mayors, advisors of mayors, European Commission officers, practitioners, citizens can meet and share cities' needs and priorities. This CSI, as we call it, also promotes and facilitates a European network of city science officer advisors to all European cities. And also a milestone in the future would be to create a science academy as a knowledge basis, really, to be able to share best practices obtained through Horizon 2020 funded projects, for instance. And this City Science Initiative also promotes training aspects for all citizens and urban stakeholders to really change these behavioral aspects, as you mentioned. Thessaloniki, City of Thessaloniki, together with the Medicine School of Thessaloniki, and these are some points which Professor Leonidas Pavlidis, who unfortunately is not with us today due to family issues. So the City of Thessaloniki, together with Medicine School of Thessaloniki, is coordinating an action on mental health, which is key for the current pandemic and the post-recovery phases, since we need to take care not only of those citizens facing the illnesses, but as such, but also for all others who have been experiencing mental health issues during the lockdown. So in this respect, the City of Thessaloniki Health Living Lab, with also the interest of the mayor and support of the mayor of Thessaloniki, and the Health Living Lab led by Evdokimos and Panagiotis Bamidis is really a great example of livable neighborhoods and well-being of citizens.
Hey, thanks, Maria. I think what you said, the twofold aim of the City Science Initiative in this respect is very important. On the one hand, we have, scientists working together with citizens, validating citizen science, which doesn't mean, as Horizon 2020 actually demonstrated, that citizen, substitute scientists, but it's actually this co-creation in both ways, validating already established research methods in close cooperation with citizens and providing feedback on those validated methodologies that have been existing in social science and humanity in other fields for several decades. But Horizon Europe provided us with an example, tangible example of that, with the so-called citizen observatories, using citizen knowledge for, air pollution, noise pollution, and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, you touched upon also this aspect of health, public health being, including also mental health, and all the work that certain cities have been doing in this respect, providing, for instance, access to psychology and psychotherapy as a way to face the COVID-19 pandemic is a further proof of what you just explained to us. My last question, very briefly for you, would be, our president von der Leyen has recently launched a new, very important initiative on the new European Bauhaus, giving, using her words, consideration to beauty within the sustainability approach. To what extent do you think this trilogy of health, well-being, and social inclusion are relevant, very briefly, within the new European Bauhaus?
Yes, thank you, Ugo. This is also a very, very good question. And of course, the new European Bauhaus project is close to the heart of all European citizens. And in fact, the three aspects that you mentioned are very important for the new European Bauhaus, since this initiative is exactly structured around three pillars. And these are sustainability, including circularity, quality of experience, including design of public spaces, design of cities, and third pillar of Bauhaus is the inclusion, in particular in terms of affordability and access to all the spaces.
Great. I think, just for the audience, and I can share the link afterwards, 22 and 23rd, 22nd, 23rd of April, we will have a commission session explaining in more detail the European Bauhaus initiative. So if you are interested, please stay tuned and more information will come on that. So thank you very much to my colleague Maria Ioanni for setting the scene. And I think we move from another Maria, actually, Maria Vasile, who is Scientific Project Advisor at the European Health and Digital Executive Agency of the European Commission. This is a newly established executive agency within the EU R&I family. So Maria, I would like just to start by asking you, why do we have a new agency of the European Commission putting together health and digital innovation? Could you give us some more information on the new mandate of this agency? Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Hugo. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you. Yes, what I can say that it was created this new agency, Health and Digital Executive Agency. You should only to consider that the existence of new executive agency has been taken only on the 11 November 2020, so it's, I mean, only some months ago. It was a political agreement, and on the 16th of February 2021, the agency has been created as a legal entity, so only in 3 months. Of course, the creation of this agency reflect the very strong commitment from the European Commission College and also from the President herself. This new agency is established in Brussels and started already working on the 1st of April, only two weeks ago. The DG Sante is the lead parent DG, together with DG Research and Innovation, DG Connect, DG Grow, and DG Defis. HADEA, this new agency, the acronym of the agency, is a new agency to support European citizen health and to bring Europe to a digital age. We can say also that it's an answer to the pandemic situation, because until now the health problem, it was an issue of member states, but nowadays they realize that like, for example, the pandemic can be solved only at national level, and it's necessary a European coordination. So for this reason, it was created this new agency. Of course, there is a high expectation and also political visibility for this new agency. The number of the people who work at the moment in this agency is 380 people, and this will grow to more than 500. And this new agency will implement a lot of new programs. At the moment in the agency, we have only the Horizon 2020 for Pillar 2, Cluster 1 Health, and Cluster 4 Digital Industry and Space. But of course, we will have Horizon Europe for the same cluster, and I can give you also some information regarding the budget for this cluster. For example, for health, the budget will be 4.8 billion euro in Horizon Europe, and for digital industry and space, the budget for Horizon Europe will be 5.5 billion. So a lot of money we will have for health in the future. Will be also a new program, EU for Health. This program, it was created only in September-October 2020. So also the budget for this program is 4.7 billion. Also here a lot of money, and this program will try to implement the research results. I mean, because we have also already a lot of results in the health field, but the member states are not able to implement them, and this program will try to help them in this way. And it will be also some other program, like, for example, Single Market Program, or Digital Europe Program, or Connecting Europe Facility Program. I would like also to mention that during the first 3 years, an additional budget amounting to 1.6 billion will also be available from the New Generation EU Fund. So also this for action part of the digital, but also health strands of the European, of the Horizon Europe program. So the total budget managed by HADEA will amount to over 20 billion over the next 7 years period from 2021 to 2027. I would like also only to give you an information regarding the organization. So there are 2 big directorates in this new agency. One directorate regarding the digital aspect, and the other one regards the part, of course, of health. And of course, there is an horizontal directorate which try to help both directorate for the administrative part, financial, and everything. I am part of Health Directorate, and I am in the unit who is in charge for the Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe.
Good. Thank you very much, Maria, for this comprehensive overview of the structure of the new Agency for Health and Digital, HADEA. I want to underline what Maria just said on, although we respect the subsidiarity principle, health has been also taken at the European level for this coordination. And I think this bilateral dialogue between health and digital solutions is something extremely innovative that is, as Maria said, a response of the 2 main challenges of this pandemic, the health on the one side and the digital transition on the other side. So we will definitely be working together in cooperation. And before we move to our 2 experts in the field as academics, I would like to ask Maria another question. If you can give us some example on the project portfolio you are managing, just to give our audience a hint of what kind of aspects are you taking on board when linking, for instance, digital and health-related solutions?
What can I say? I can say that the European Commission has always supported research and innovation in the health field, even if the health aspect and the health issue, it was a problem of the member states. But the research and innovation, it was followed by European Commission. And I can say that during the 7 framework program and also Horizon Europe, so from 2007 to 2019, the European Commission has invested 4.1 billion for health promotion and disease prevention, for tackling diseases, for disease management, for healthcare system, for tools, devices, for everything connected with health. As I mentioned, this budget will increase, and we will increase a lot for 4.1 billion to 4.8 billion. I would like also to mention that the European Commission, in regards to the coronavirus research, invest also and launch several special action in 2020. And this action are part of a 1 billion pledge, so a lot of money the European Commission invested in coronavirus. If I would like to mention some action. For example, they try to address epidemiology, preparedness and response to outbreaks, the development of diagnostic, treatment and vaccine, as well as the infrastructure and resources that enable this research. as Research and Innovation DG under Horizon 2020, we had 2 calls last year. One, it was in March 2020. And in this case, we had 18 projects that have been shortlisted for funding for a total of 48.5 billion. So, of course, this project, it was I mean, the aims, they aim to advance the understanding of the novel coronavirus epidemics, and also they try to contribute to more efficient clinical management of patients infected with the virus. So this, it was in March last year. The second call, it was in August 2020. And also in this case, 23 projects have been shortlisted for funding for a total amount of 128 million of euro. Also in this case, a lot of money. And this call, it was, I mean, try to cover not only the part of epidemiology and type of vaccine, but tried also to understand the behavior, social and economic impact of the outbreak, try to also to understand the digital tools and artificial intelligence analytics to improve surveillance and care. There is, for example, research regarding medical technology, pan-European cohorts, and also collaboration of existing EU and international cohorts of course, of relevance for COVID-19. We will have in these days a new call for coronavirus is the third Horizon 2020 call. This new call is part of the new program called HERA Incubator. This program, it was launched in February 2021 and will mobilize an additional 30 million of euro from Horizon 2020, which will be complemented by further 120 million from Horizon Europe. What is the scope of this new program? The first of all,
1 minute, Maria, please, just to wrap up and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, so this program, we will try to understand the coronavirus variants and we'll try to find a vaccine for this. So as you can say, there are a lot of new calls regarding health, and this, it was what it was done for Horizon 2020, and also for Horizon Europe, we will do more still a lot of things, not only to keep the European citizen in health, and also we will try to create for them living and working health condition. And of course, we will have different research for tackling diseases and reducing disease burden. We will have research also for Horizon Europe regarding health system, regarding new tools, and regarding also, for example, innovative, sustainable, and globally competitive health industry. So also new Horizon Europe, we will have different calls, and I would like just new information to give you for the health promotion and disease prevention will be a very interesting call regarding the pre-obesity and obesity in Europe. I think you know that quite 60% of the European have are pre-obese and obese. So we need to solve also this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think that was very useful. You touched upon the new EU for Health initiative. You highlighted the amount of resources that is huge coming from the European Commission to address the different phases of the the COVID-19 pandemic, but also giving into kind of resonance of some of the efforts we are also undertaking towards illnesses that have always been there, like obesity, but also looking at new ways and innovative ways to tackle that. So we went from an overview of the policies on EU R&I from Maria Ioriani, then zooming to the health and digital component of my colleague Maria Vasile, which complement a lot the part of the program where I am in and will be in Horizon Europe, looking at the Green Deal call and the environmental dimension of health and well-being. And in this respect, I'm happy to have two representatives of two projects that I'm actually currently managing, notably VAR Cities and Inhabit. We'll start with Professor Denia Kologotsa from the Technical University of Crete in Greece. Denia has been managing several EU-funded projects, but now in today's roundtable, she's representing VAR Cities. VAR Cities are Horizon 2020 Innovation Action with budget of 10 million, involving several cities across Europe as actors of innovation, working at the intersection of nature-based digital, social, and cultural innovation. So Denia, I would like to start by asking you, what is the peculiarity of the VAR City framework for health and well-being in cities?
So hello, Ugo. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this invitation, for being there is roundtable discussion. So I will start saying that what we would like to do in the Cities project is to implement nature-based actions and to establish sustainable models for increase the health and well-being of citizens, such as children, young people, middle-aged, and elderly. So we have four axes, as you mentioned, Ugo: the digital, social, and cultural perspective, incorporating nature-based solutions, and how we see cities. We see public spaces as people-centered areas that support creativity, inclusivity, health, and happiness for the citizens. I would like to mention a few words about our cities and municipalities. So we have 8 pilots. Each pilot city has identified a site for implementing local actions that differ in geography, climate, and challenges they face. And they have the same vision to become healthier in urban future. So we start from Skellefteå in the north in Sweden, and we want to transform along all the landfill area into a residential and educational area. Bergen in Norway, where we have an urban water park and a sustainable re-establishment of this park. In Dundalk, a library and museum quarter, a healing garden that is very important for elderly and people suffering from Alzheimer. In Novo Mesto in Slovenia, a sports and recreational park. In Malta, a high traffic road, and also in Chania in Greece, creation of mobile urban living room in open public spaces, and also we have Leuven in Belgium, a regeneration of former hospital site. So we incorporate various health and well-being indicators in different areas. So we have 3 major indicators: physiological, psychological, and reduction of and also related to physical activity. If we talk about psychological, it relates to the improvement of behavioral development and symptoms of attention, measurement of mental health by level of support needed by citizens, noise reduction, indicators about the anxiety level and the time that we spend outdoor. We have the ability to use portable electroencephalography systems and wearable eye trackers to record the physiological parameters and to access the physiological changes due to exposure to natural environment in patients with dementia. And also we use questionnaires and other means to assess the health and well-being of citizens. Also, we have health indicators related to physical activity, children's obesity, cardiovascular morbidity, and mortality events. And we measure thermal comfort as health indicators related to ecosystem service provision and various such concerns. So that's the overview of the
great. I think it's very important what you just mentioned, Dania. You know, that we often speak about health and well-being as a synonym, but they're not. And I think your focus not only on the physical and mental health part, but also on the well-being component around social inclusion and creativity is very important in this respect. And that explains also why other services of the European Commission, notably the GEAC for Culture and Education, are doing a lot on the culture and cultural heritage related component of well-being, looking at tangible and intangible cultural heritage, for instance. I would like to touch upon a key aspect of your project, which is this intra and intergenerational approach looking at age. And in particular, we know that elderly people have been really the victims of the COVID-19 pandemic, often also creating a divide, an age divide between elderly being the victims and youth being you know, the one discriminating against when it comes to schooling system and not having the normal space of interaction outside in public space. So when looking at the health dimension of age for elderly people, what is the approach that Varsity is actually promoting?
Yes, yes, very good question. I think that we have our cities. We focus on elderly people in 4 of our pilots. We understand that, for example, mental health and positive emotions, calm and presentness is very well related to urban green spaces and natural parks. And for the elderly people and people with dementia, that health and well-being. Also, we have to say that we understand that the costs to the societal cost for dementia in Europe is about to reach 250 billion euros in 2030. It's very, very high. So we focus in elderly people in Italy, in Italian side, where we have a garden, which is called the Bolasco Garden, and also it's this garden has taken it received the prize as the best Italian garden in 2018. It's famous internationally, and this garden is being restored and it's very close to a city hospital and dedicated house for elderly people and urban day care center for people affected by Alzheimer's disease. So what we are looking in this Italian pilot is the establishment of a local observatory of the therapeutic effect of the landscape and aim to shed light on the effect of green parks at elderly people's mental health. So we are going to use cognitive and neurophysiological techniques to investigate the impact of the exposure to natural environment in patients with dementia. And this might change a bit the investments and increase the investments in dementia-friendly urban areas such as parks and green spaces could take the role of healing spaces for elderly people. Also, we have activities in Hania and Leuven, where we create mobile urban living rooms that and give you opportunity for events to be organized close to the urban nature that bring together young and elderly people with common activities, such as book reading, young people explaining how apps are operating and how other mobile phones are operating and applications. And also we have in Bergen, Norway, a mood recognition sensors that will be established for elderly people. So that's all what we are doing so far about.
Great. I think your point on, in particular, in describing the Italian case on the therapy garden is very prominent nowadays. I mean, we had, I remember in the FP5 program, lots of research on the green infrastructure for health and well-being, but I think now we do have actually a bulk of knowledge also on the gardening landscape and on the cultural landscape as defined by the UNESCO. So not all gardens are therapy gardens. So to have a therapy garden, you need to select a system of biodiversity and ecosystem services that are indeed tackling dementia and Alzheimer, as you rightly pointed out. My last briefly question, and I would like a brief reply on that. Your project, like the other one that we'll be discussing and we have been discussing today, have a strong co-design and co-deployment, so citizens together with cities. However, this interaction that should have been happening in physical places is not actually happening due to the social distancing, which is not only physical distance, it's really social distancing when it comes to this interaction. So what kind of steps is your project taking forward in order to reshape or use digital technology to tackle the co-creation differently with citizens and cities?
First of all, I think that things are changing for better in our project because due to the COVID pandemic, we had that the citizens realized that the importance of public space access is a driver to prevent the transmissions of COVID and improving health and well-being. Secondly, they realized that public transport and urban mobility is very, very important, and the important role in spreading the pandemic. And there is a change also, we realize there is a change for cities' vision that the 15-minute cities, cities that do not call themselves cities. For example, Leuven is called, as one of our case studies, it describes itself as a small town with big city vibes. And what we realize, on the other hand, we cannot meet, physically meet, but we realize that local policy is very, very important. And we see some evidence of disengagement and even obstruction from cities towards national government policies that have to take into account. So people are interested in their own city level and their own community level. There is also a pressure to open up from the citizenry versus being on the receiving end to implement the federal government public health and to have a decision and a role in the policy making in the local level. And what kind of tools we use? There are various tools that we need to engage with people. Instead of meeting physically and put stickers with ideas, we have a lot of tools such as, I don't want to mention because they are commercial tools that we might use and engage. But what we see is that an interest from various stakeholders that we didn't realize that are interested so far. So in these 6 months that we try to engage with the local people, the stakeholders, we realized that due to pandemic, there's a strong interest about how we use our public space and what will happen with the greenery in cities.
Great. Thanks a lot, Danny. I think it's worth mentioning indeed your project is quite young. It's just more or less 6 months, but you still have a very interesting way of differentiating engagement strategy, which I'm sure will lead to great results. From vast cities, we move to another sister project funded by the same Horizon 2020 call, which is the project Inhabit. I'm happy also to see connected within us the coordinator, Mar Delgado from the University of Córdoba in Spain, but we have today with us the work package leader, Professor Marina Della Giusta, Professor of Economics at the University of Reading. Marina is work package leader for Inhabit, overlooking at issues of gender, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So she will actually tackle the third dimension of our roundtable today, which is about how can city be socially inclusive. And the first question I have to Marina relates to actually one of the initiatives you have been proactively taken at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic within Inhabit, which is the Life in Lockdown survey. In particular, you wanted to know what were, if any, the gender differences in the way men and women were facing the pandemic, but also, so I'm actually interested on your result in terms of do we see any difference in unemployment rate? Do we see any particular major constraint coming from your analysis on gender and diversity, for instance, on violence, both domestically within the household, but also outside in the society as a whole?
So thank you for this question. The project we did was obviously sparked by being part of Inhabit. Inhabit hadn't started yet, but we were working on these concepts of inclusive health and well-being. And so we wanted to try and understand the components of that and obviously how they were affected by the pandemic. We reached out to 2 countries in Europe in the end, because it was also very difficult to reach out to people during the pandemic, especially in the first stage of it, and collected a representative sample of citizens in Italy, in the UK, and then a sample in the United States. The questions we were interested in, of course, had to do with the impact of the pandemic and also how this this work life that had now come inside households was being shared and reallocated. We were also particularly interested in the effects on mental health and well-being and the effects that came from these tensions that may arise inside households. Some of the things we found that were sort of related to the fact that, of course, there was a disproportionate impact on women from the pandemic, from the perspective of the reallocation of work, and particularly the allocation of care, were actually confirmed just recently by surveys in the United Kingdom that have been done in the second successive and unfortunately start of the third wave of the pandemic. So generally speaking, in the labor market, the people who have been worst hit are single mothers, because whilst from a pure employment perspective, the effects have not been particularly gendered, because yes, it has been a story mostly of low-skilled workers, and anyone who could not have their jobs moved to a remote job suffering most from the pandemic, as well as, of course, the service sector, tourism industry, that kinds of things we all hear about in the news. And to an extent, those effects were actually not as gendered as initially thought. The effects were actually very gendered in terms of those who had caring responsibilities, because of course the closure of care centers and schools fell disproportionately on women, and that was true even when fathers were present. So in fact, there is now solid evidence that women have reduced their working hours and have reduced their participation in order to take care either of elderly or very young children, or actually to supervise the schoolwork. The other effect we've seen, and we've seen it in our data, and unfortunately, again, it's been reported in the news, is also this increase in tension within households, resulting partly from the reallocation of housework, but also partly from the fact that a lot of households where tensions were pre-existing had those tensions diluted by the fact that they weren't actually spending all of this time together. So we've seen a real pandemic of violence, unfortunately, and that is true across countries. And there's also been a pandemic of mental health, both in those people who were living in households where tensions were rising, and of course, especially in those people who were living in isolation, and particularly in the group of teenagers up to 25-year-olds, that is those people for whom really social interaction is vital to their development and to their growth. There has been a real crisis of mental health. In addition to that, there has been some data emerging showing how particularly diverse communities, of course, thinking about disability, but also thinking about the LGBT plus community being hit disproportionately by the virus itself. So whilst we were seeing these really uneven effects in terms of the age distribution of the population and those people with pre-existing condition, we've also seen that those who were in vulnerable conditions, either because of a disability or because they were migrants or refugees, were hit particularly hard. And that is true again across Europe. The LGBT plus community has been accidentally studied actually as part of a study on vaccine implementation and diffusion, because of course, one of the big issues now is thinking about devising methods that can make actually citizens want to take a vaccination. So as part of one of those studies, it was actually found that, again, the LGBT plus community was disproportionately hit amongst those respondents, both in terms of mental health and in terms of actually falling ill with the virus itself. So there is quite a lot out there now that proves there has been, a kind of really disproportionate impact on all dimensions of diversity.
Thanks a lot, Marina. I think this was very important to complement any analysis on age. You actually took also an overview of the other personal characteristics that we have to consider when doing an analysis on health and well-being, notably the gender identity, but also sexual preferences, disability, race, and so on and so forth. So I think those are key aspects that indeed Inhabit is highlighting in the analysis of health and well-being. And I would like to continue on that part. What do you think the main diversity and inclusion challenges for cities in this respect?
Well, I mean, right now there are challenges at all sorts of levels. Of course, in terms of, first of all, monitoring what is going on. And to an extent, again, we always have this aspect of, having some idea of what the health situation is from the data that is coming from hospitals. But as you know, there is always a difficulty in understanding exactly how people may have been suffering from the perspective of mental health, because whilst illness itself, the same as unemployment, are quite observable in many ways. And in a sense, although imperfect and perhaps late to come, there have been instruments implemented by governments all across Europe in various ways to address both the health dimension and the unemployment dimension. There is less in terms of information even to do with mental health and to do with well-being that can actually point us particularly clearly to what interventions are now needed. So although there have been a number of studies pointing to the mental health and well-being costs of isolation, there is still a difficulty in thinking about support instruments that can be put into place, not least because a lot of these instruments are based on the ability to have physical contact and based on the ability to reach people who are vulnerable. So, you know, although they kind of virtual instruments and reaching out for therapy through, you know, virtual mediums are quite diffuse, the reality seems to be, at least from the perspective of professionals in that field, that those who were already making use of such instruments had, you know, a relatively easier time transitioning to an online environment. Those who were unfamiliar with them, simply because in many cases they didn't need them, but now they do, found it really hard to actually find help and support. So that is one of the areas which are strongly looked at the moment across a number of countries and are really important. There's also the aspect that Inhabit focuses on of the idea of well-being at the level of communities, of course, because this notion of inclusive health and well-being, which is at the center of Inhabit, is predicated upon the fact that we actually suffer if our community is suffering. And having lost community, now the suffering is in isolation, but as soon as communities are rebuilt, the moment that in fact people can share collectively, there is also an amplifying effect, possibly, and a negative one in communities that have been particularly hard hit, which has to be considered. So we tend to think that as soon as people are allowed to socialize, they're immediately improving their well-being. Well, it really depends on what they find when they get out there again in their community. And that is another problem that needs to be investigated fully.
Yeah, I think this last point was very interesting. But while you were speaking, I was thinking about, you know, lots of people analyzing people outside the balcony clapping hands as a great example of social capital. But I'm afraid that was not really capital, because that actually vanished after a few months, because there was actually a social fatigue, even going out and clap hands. And I think what you're saying is indeed very relevant, is the link between the individual and community dimension of health and well-being. We need to be extremely careful in the way we analyze that, but also on the data of the different personal characteristics that we need to sample in order to access to diverse group, and the way we access to them is indeed key. My last question to you very briefly is on, we spoke about the overarching challenges with zooming to the city level, but I would also like to, what are the kind of diversity and inclusion challenges at organizational level, also looking at not only the public ones like the city administration, but also private companies, which are investing a lot on gender diversity, equity, and inclusion for the well-being of their employers at work.
Now, the interesting thing is, of course, the commitment to diversity has now become quite prominent, particularly amongst the largest multinational companies. They all have targets. They all want to reach more diversity, whether from an ethnic perspective or a gender perspective, but they actually can't. So one of the interesting things is that, in a way, we tend to think that all it takes to do more diversity is to basically hire more people with different characteristics. And yet, very often what companies find is that it's not so easy to do. And especially it's not so easy once people have been hired to make sure that they have the same progress inside an organization. That is true of both public and private organizations alike. So they all tend to have targets. These are very visible. They want to reach them. There are reputational costs when they are not reached, but they are not entirely clear about the journey that takes a person from entry level, where perhaps, there may be existing instruments nowadays to blind applications to make sure that identity is not revealed at that stage, which of course all disappear once a person becomes a co-worker, and therefore somebody that has their own path with their own challenges and their own opportunities put before them or not inside an organization. So there's actually a lot of work to be done to bring the science of diversity, which does exist. There's a lot of very solid empirical evidence tested and tried that shows which kinds of policies work and which policies do not work into these organizations, and also just to do the work to find out what the bottlenecks are inside a specific organization, because those things tend to actually be quite specific and even specific to branches of large organizations. For example, some of the organizations that I work with personally tend to all find that there are bottlenecks in the middle stage of the career for women, but that's not the reality in other types of organizations in different sectors. There is a lot of work to be done trying to understand how we bring more talent to the table. Also, a lot more work to be done in making the talent case for inclusion, because of course, whilst in these kinds of projects, we're all very clear why inclusion is important, because we're trying to reach citizens and we want to reach all citizens. There isn't just an argument about fairness and equality to be made. Organizations also need the talent. So the supply of talent that is very homogeneous and coming from a very restricted group of people is actually poor talent in the long run. It leads to groupthink, it leads to depletion of ideas and innovation. And there's very solid evidence that that is actually what companies need to be after, and public organizations also need to be after. So there is also some work done to reconcile what tends to be a very legislative mandated agenda about equality, which gets perceived as a fairness commitment, to an agenda which is also about talent and the promotion of talent and diversity and the new ideas that can come from working with a range of people with diverse experiences. So there is really a lot.
Thanks a lot, Maria. I think it was particularly important to highlight at the organizational level this, approaching the supply chain of labor, not only from an hiring perspective, not just enough to hire diverse people, but also from a talent retention and promotion, which are equally important steps to be undertaken in order to promote well-being at work. And also, I think, retain, from what you were saying, this clearly mentioned metaphor of diversity being invited to a party, while inclusion being invited to dance while you're at the party, which are of course part of the same process, but a quite different way of engaging. So I really thank the four speakers. We have a question from one of the audience, Panayotis, I think is the name, that wrote to me in the chat. I don't know who you are. Maybe if you can just raise your hand and ask the question directly to one of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. I work as an educational advisor in Greece. I listen with great interest the debate. I realized that the programs and actions that have been mentioned aim to promote the active involvement of the citizens in decisions concerning their life. So it's not a question, but I would like only to say that I strongly believe that no change can have the expected result if we don't aim from an early age, the early childhood, at the cultivation of that type of citizen, the active citizen that modern society, economy, city needs. So the role of education from the first level is not only important, but crucial. What kind of education? I believe that we must invest in education that promotes innovation and creativity of the pupil. Young people need to have the knowledge and skills to solve problems, to understand information, to know how to collect, evaluate data for decision making. If we need active citizens with innovative spirit that undertake initiatives and wish to cooperate in the design of a model citizens, necessary to aim at a different kind of education. Education which pupils are motivated to link, to think, to judge, to compare, to act responsibly, to change attitudes and behaviors. Yeah. We need, I believe we need an educational approach that promotes the integration of mind and hand activities, where learning is organized around topics of personal and social leaders. We need a school as a laboratory. Education must not to be a preparation for life, but life itself. And the pupils must make new experience through complex patterns. So we are in my region, we try to promote the STEAM approach of education. We promote this kind of education because we believe that with this kind of education offer the necessary knowledge, skills, and behaviors suitable for the citizen of a new era.
Great, thank you
very much. Thank you.
Your words are actually good for me to sum up this session, because I think it actually created a great link with what Marina and Dania were saying before on this diversity approaches of citizen behavior, and of course education being a key element of that. I mean, I want to say, just to be fully actually a great picture of the European Commission services, that we have a new skills agenda promoted by DG Employment, which is indeed putting lots of emphasis on the role of education, of upskilling and reskilling for health and well-being, and as a strong component on diversity and inclusion as well, because we all realize how much important is education for the new generation that actually faced also the lockdown, how much the interaction and the social capital happen at school, and which are the limitations of the distant learning that kids are actually unfortunately experiencing. So I think all these issues around education and digital divide, but also the age component of it needs to be taken into account, but also looking at the actual opportunity that the digital solution are indeed offering for this upskilling and reskilling. I just want to conclude by saying it was great for us to be within the VITALISE project. We know you're a new project, but we want you also to join the dots with the several activities that Maria Basile, as a colleague, highlighted under the health and digital component, all the policy action happening at the EU RNI level within the Commission family, as Maria Ioriani highlighted, but also I would like you to really invite and join forces with existing projects like Inhabit, Bar Cities, and we have also other two innovating actions within the same call, which are UPolis and Go Green Roots. They're all looking at health and well-being in cities, bringing this interaction of social, digital, cultural, nature-based innovation. So I think, you know, we always need to have this systemic, holistic approach to innovation, as Horizon 2020 has demonstrated, and we hope that these synergies will become more and more evident in the different parts of Horizon Europe, not only in the thematic clusters, but also in the key missions that we'll be promoting across the EU RNI family. So thank you very much for this great opportunity. It has been great to moderate as a moderator, for amazing panelists, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. Thank you.
Yeah, Ugo, thank you very much for the moderation and for this, you know, exciting, I would say, in meaning and messages transferred to all participants round table. And thanks also to Maria and the rest of the speakers for contributing to this from the aspect of the project, and as well as the previous sort of initiative on city science initiative. I would like to suggest that all these matters that we have discussed today are very important. They are pivotal at the city level, at the well-being level, and definitely worth revisiting on a dedicated workshop. I think, Maria, we should all agree that we can plan for such a dedicated workshop in the summer, hopefully face-to-face, but if not possible, at least on a dedicated you know, telco session like this one, where we can share experiences and continue the threads. I think we have both the promises from the university leadership from my end and our city leadership, the municipality, the mayor himself, and we should try to engage the rest of the cities and do that. So thank you again a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Now back to the VITALISE. Thank you all. Back to the VITALISE schedule. We have now a coffee break for 10 minutes, and then we are back in 4:45 for the capacity building and educational material. Thank you. See you in a while.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're back. I think we can start. We have now the work package 4, which is on the capacity building and training led by Enol Ines, but the collaborative work, as you can see in the first slide. So Ines, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Evdokimos. And thank you for organizing the agenda in a way that we had this very inspirational panel discussion right before the capacity building session that we have now. I think that this whole discussion that we just had on bringing talent and diverse experiences together was something really inspirational and feeding into what we will be talking about today here on capacity building and training. So we'll be going through the work package 4 tasks and deliverables. Here, just a quick overview from my side, and we'll then give the floor to the partners to present themselves in more detail, all of the things that will be happening in VITALISE within this work package. Firstly, we have here the organization of summer schools for young researchers. So we will be organizing 2 summer schools in connection with our annual event, the Open Living Lab Days. And we will be going through the Living Lab methods and what kind of value this can bring to the research community. Then we have also the online educational material and training programs. This is a task that will collect all the different kind of training materials, tools, and methods from within this work package, but actually much beyond from the work packages within the VITALISE project overall. So we will be bringing together all the different tools in an online educational material pack. In the task 4.3, we will be supporting the community, new living labs to join the community, and really supporting the adoption of all of these tools, procedures, and standards within the capacity building framework, but within the rest of the VITALISE project research work that is being done as well. Then we have the fast track training. This is a training that will be compulsory actually for all the researchers accepted. And this will ensure the overall quality for all of these researchers to get involved with VITALISE. And also this is connected with visits to the infrastructure. And then last but not least, we have still the implementation of postgraduate courses. This is to create courses for students from various different disciplines, so really bringing in the multidisciplinary action. It's outside of the official university course programs of the universities in the consortium, and will be focusing on education on living lab methodologies and tools. And then finally, we have the boosting commercialization potential of research results. So this will be really about the exploitation of all of this, and it will be conducted in the form of a 2-day acceleration bootcamp, and it will be focusing on key principles of entrepreneurship. So really the business commercialization side of it all. This was just a quick overview. We're going to go through each of these together with the leading partners in just a minute. Just a quick word about the timeline. We're not starting any of these tasks yet. The first task that will start will be the online educational material and training programs that will start in month 4 already. So we will start with the curation of all of these materials quite soon. Risks and challenges. Well, I think first of all, it's the importance of face-to-face interaction. So we are talking about physical versus online events. In the VITALISE project, we are of course aiming to combine both of these. So we have a heavy emphasis of online learning and online material, but we also recognize the importance of face-to-face interaction when it comes to capacity building. And another point that we have added here is about the existing materials, the existing tools, the existing educational material that we have. So are the field of innovation, RRI, and participatory design addressed appropriately already in all of the existing materials, or is this something that we are now building more? So I think that the answer will be building more in the VITALISE project, but it will be a balance of bringing the existing knowledge and the existing resources in, and then the creation of the new. And we'll be looking into all of those with the different partners as well in a minute. So challenges about implementation and dependency with other work packages. I took this in a very not a negative sense as in challenges. I think that the challenges are always positive. So this is something that we really look forward to working together. And I think, of course, the fact that we have a lot of dependency between work packages is also a positive fact that we are working together in the VITALISE project. So we are working together, for example, on work package 2 when it comes to common standards, procedures, and practices. So we'll be having a look at all the processes and tools coming out of this. We'll be looking at work package 3 when it comes to the panel management tool, to the access to the Living Lab infrastructures and services, of course. And then, of course, we have some dependency on the joint research activities as well. So looking at the protocols and the ethics, and really this way of capacity building through practical experiences in real life environments. Going on, the motto of work package 4 could be transforming research, education, and training in health through a living lab approach. This is borrowing a little bit from the motto of our capacity building program at ENOL. So I'd like to introduce you now within the 3 first tasks that we have, which ENOL is leading on the summer schools, the educational material, and enlarging the community, some background that ENOL is already bringing to this project when it comes to capacity building. On the left side, you can see some summer schools or day 0 trainings that we have arranged previously. These have been one-day physical events ahead of time before our annual conference, where, as you can see from the pictures, it's really combining a large variety of different methods for learning. So it's not all about one directional listening to the trainer, as you can see in the middle, but it's all about, working together, about, using these tools, brainstorming together. It's about discussing with your peers and this kind of peer-to-peer feedback as well. What we have done recently, due to the pandemic, actually, has been transforming this concept online. So we have created the virtual learning lab. This is the digital day 0. And at the same time, it has transformed to an 8-week course on all you need to know about Living Labs. So this is an online course we are running twice a year, 8 weeks at a time, every Tuesday morning. We just concluded our spring edition today. And beyond the more starter level or beginner level Living Lab training, we also have capacity building, which is about transforming your organization through a Living Lab approach. And here we have, again, a variety of different opportunities to have a look at either online or presential mentoring, face-to-face training. We have already a library of e-courses that we can take inspiration from. And then, of course, the site visits already mentioned. Yes. And all of this will lead to our work within VITALISE on future professions, competences, Living Lab skills for researchers in health. So this is the background on the first 3 tasks. I'd next like to invite Lika Lab, if you'd like to go through your slides on this next task.
Yes. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am Ingrid Adriaanse from Lika Lab. I'm a colleague of Vicky van der Aura. I'm the business manager of Lika Lab, while Vicky is operations manager. And at Lika Lab, well, we are the task leader of the fast track training, which means that researchers that come to visit the different premises, they have to follow a certain track, so they are getting used to know the Living Lab approach. And I would like to tell a little bit more about how we are doing this at the moment at LicaLab. And Ines just told there is already a lot of material available, and I think it will come to the fact that we have to make a good selection of what is really needed for these researchers that will come to visit. So what we do is usually do a very thorough customer briefing, describe the case within the context, define the specific goals of the study, define the target group of users, define inclusion and exclusion criteria, the living lab environment in which the living lab study or the research study will take place. We have to agree on the offer for the living lab services that will be taken, on the timing, and so on. So this may seem logical, but it's very important that the right agreements are made before you start the services. So then you have to make a budget estimation. What do you include in the budget estimation? So therefore, often also you need to have some experience in the jobs that you have been doing, because sometimes you make an estimation that afterwards really was too low. We know that living lab services are quite labor intensive, so it's important to make the right budget estimations, and also what do you have to put in your contracts, including agreements on IPR, on GDPR, the type of services, the timing of services, the payment conditions, and so on. So at a certain point, especially when you deliver services directly to companies, you really have to be very clear about all goals, expectations, and the process that you are going to follow. Next slide, please. So what I said, we at LicaLab, we usually do living lab services. So we offer living lab as a service. We do not have our own infrastructure. So if we want to collaborate on a living lab project, we decide on which environment we need. So we have our close interaction with hospitals, with residential care settings, with health centers, prevention centers. We have a close connection with cities and villages, or with the region, or we can work with research infrastructure of our own institution, Thomas More University College, what was presented by Vicky earlier today, the MobiLab and Care, or we can also work with other research centers within the region or with other universities. Then we define the services. What do we need to do? Is it really starting from scratch? So we have to do needs analysis, ideation still, or is it a product that is already in a higher level of development, where we can do already designing, prototyping, real life testing, and also business model advice. So it all comes to including the user. To measure usability, user acceptance. For us, for living lab studies, we do not do clinical studies, but in certain cases it may be interesting as well when a partner is doing a clinical study that we add to that user experience study as well. Next slide, please. So the 4 phases that we usually define is exploration, co-creation, testing, and business model preparation, where we can break it down in several services like desk research, surveys, interviews, in the co-creation and testing process, also defining inclusion, exclusion criteria. We take care of the recruitment. Vicky explained that we have a panel database of over 1,000 people, most elderly, 65 plus, but also care professionals and healthy citizens, patients with a specific type of disease. We take care of informed consent, test protocols, methodology. We take care of the facilities. We define what medical ethical approval is needed, and we take care of it in many cases. We do qualitative and quantitative reports. So in fact, when a company comes to us, he is really helped from the very beginning, and we lead him through the whole process. Then last, business model preparation. is very important, especially when you know it's okay. You can take the next slide. So especially in the VITALISE project, because we work a lot cross-border, and that's also our experience. It's very important that you pay a lot of attention to business model preparation, because the different healthcare systems are not always easy to understand in the different countries. So we often do also ecosystem and a market study before we start delivering our services. We map out stakeholders in this complex system. We develop up our interest grid also, because there are different roles for end users, informal caregivers, GPs, distributors. So you have to define who is going to pay for it, who is the enabler, for instance, informal caregivers, who is the prescriber. And it has quite a big impact on your business model. And we have to define the value streams between stakeholders. Is it B2B? Is it B2C? Where are the financial streams going? Where is the service delivery? Where's the added value? So this is just an example of the different things that can be done and that may be of interest to guide the researchers that come to visit through. So we can help with that, to scaping it, and together with all the other partners, based on the material that is already existing, we will define what is really needed for this fast track.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. And we'll jump on to Teemu quickly. Next one.
Okay, thanks. Can you put the next slide? Okay, here we are presenting a kind of the overview or framework for classifying different didactic approaches. As Ines was mentioning previously, that we will have like a face-to-face training and as well as online training. And you can see the online training as right-hand vertical column, and then the face-to-face training on the left-hand side. And of course, we could be having like a courses and trainings where we are doing blended learning, which means that you are doing both face-to-face activities as well as online learning. The other thing is that the degree of collaboration during the training activities or learning activities. The most simple way is the kind of a monological learning, which is basically kind of a one-way knowledge transfer. Classical example being like a professor giving a lecture for students and speaking to them. While the modern version would be, for example, online course without any interactive kind of tasks. For example, we have now a lot of in our universities these kind of online courses, which also includes the kind of an automatic evaluation, so you don't even need a teacher for that. The second highest level is a dialogical learning, which is basically including there's an interaction and knowledge sharing between the learners. For example, having a classroom activities when there is peer-to-peer learning or group works. As well, you can have like an online environment. You could be having like a online discussion board where they are basically doing exactly the same as in the face-to-face situation, but now writing instead of speaking. And of course, the most interesting way of learning is a trilogical learning, which is actually also aiming to genuine new knowledge creation by doing co-creation and sharing understanding about the external stakeholders. And in here, there's a lot of great opportunities for courses that are kind of trying to train the Living Lab related activities. You could be having, for example, face-to-face multi-stakeholder activities such as workshops, field projects, design sprints, and so forth. And as we all probably know that because of the COVID, most of that stuff has also been kind of transferred now to online environment by using collaborative software like Miro and other ones. So for this, we are suggesting this as some kind of an overall template for understanding that what kind of an courses or course activities they could be relating to Living Lab activities. And like, for example, summer schools would be on the top left-hand corner. Okay, please, the next slide. The other thing is that, of course, when we are collaboratively designing the new courses and new kind of learning tasks, and everybody have kind of a lot of different kinds of materials and exercises and so forth. So we want to be utilizing them similarly as we've been doing in the case of this service and service harmonization process. So that's going to be exactly the same thing. But the other thing is that also that we should be that we propose that we should be kind of using as well as these co-creation methods when we are planning and developing the courses. The one relatively famous approach is this ABC learning design, and we suggest that we could be using that. It's basically a quick and high energy hands-on 90-minute workshop to co-create a visual storyboard for a course. And it includes, if you are doing that in the physical world, it's a printed cards, but in the online environment, this is digital cards, where there are various ways of learning, as well as description how they can be used in a class or online environment. And then the cards are placed as in the storyboard template to build up kind of a visual manuscript or story for each of the courses. And basically, good idea about this is it forces teachers to focus on student learning experience and stimulate the interaction between and within the teacher teams. And for example, in our universities, we are extensively using this, and there's a reference over there if you're interested in about that. It's pretty kind of an extensively used already. And please, the next slide. And this is just an example about these ABC learning tools. We have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 learning types: acquisition, collaboration, discussion, investigation, practice, and production. And here are the 2 examples. For acquisition, you can be using conventional methods, reading books and papers, listening to teachers' presentations, watching demonstration, masterclasses, and so forth. And digital technology, you do the same thing, but you watch animation videos, listen to podcasts, webcasts, go through the website, and so forth. And learning type practice, you will be having practical exercises, you're doing lab exercises, field trips, doing practice-based projects. In the digital world, you can utilize the simulation, virtual labs, and virtual trips, and online role-playing activities. Okay, the next one. And here's just an example that how it will be looking like. On the left-hand side, we have a Padlet template. So basically meaning that this is one kind of a category what you are doing in the course. And there is kind of saying that first webinar, and then it's explaining that what you do. And then you continue that preparing, getting familiar with the background material of the course and so forth. So it's basically visual representation of what is going to be happening during the course. And of course, you have to be deepening the contents what are in each of these. And next slide, please. Okay, maybe you, Ines, could be now facilitating this one. We have the same issue as we've done in the harmonization thing, that we want to be collecting some ideas from you.
That's it. So I can help you out with the Menti slides. We have collaborated together to make some questions that we'd like to gather your answers to as participants in the session. So I would highly encourage you to use your phone. This way you can still continue to watch the slides on the computer. If you don't have your phone with you, don't worry, my colleagues are dropping a link to the chat as well. So it will also work through your laptop. If you're using your phone, what you need to do is go to menti.com, and you have to type in this number that will always be visible at the top of the screen. So the number right now is 68297932. And once you've entered that in, you should be able to see the slide that I'm seeing right now. We can jump to the first question already. So you can still see the number all the time at the top of the screen if you didn't catch it yet, but we'll be asking you to write down maximum 5 keywords on what are the critical skills needed to master a Living Lab project. Okay, I see the answers are dropping in. We have 9 so far. Communication, collaboration, openness seems to be the most highlighted ones so far. We'll give you 1 more minute. Meanwhile, Teemu, do you want to say something already on what you see here?
Yeah, in a way, these are the ideas that, you know, when we are planning the courses, and especially for those who are not that familiar with the Living Lab activities, and of course, what is the behind the openness? What is the multi-stakeholder collaboration? What is user engagement? How we understand that? So those are the kind of ideas that we have to be deepening when we are actually planning the courses, content for the courses. But looks familiar, I would be saying in that sense. And that's of course a good idea that we have a pretty common understanding about that, what are the critical skills.
Yeah, I'd say we have some really exciting workshops between us and between all the participants as well coming up on deepening these concepts. So now let's jump to the next one already. So if it doesn't refresh automatically on your phone, it will ask you to refresh. The next question is an open-ended question, so you can write more than keywords. To propose an example title or thematic topic for a Living Lab course or studying task. So if you could have a Living Lab course or a Living Lab study, what title would you be following? We're still waiting for a few more answers. We had a few more last slide, but is there something you'd like to pick up already, Teemu, from what has been said?
It looks great that they are really coming on this. This seems to be even more easier to ideate. How to make own Living Lab, the power end user involvement. Yeah, tools. Understanding, yeah, a lot of kind of the topics, at least that you know, for those ones who do not know too much about, and also we would be interested in get something out of those who know a lot. Okay, because we have different kinds of learners, those who don't know much about the Living Labs, but also I would be fascinated to learn what others are doing. You know, they're always wanting to learn new things. Maybe like advanced course for or the state of the art practices for Living Labs or something like that.
Yeah, and this would be great value for NL as a network as well between members, so members learning from other members.
Yeah, and also this technology integration, it's nice because today we've been seeing a lot of these kind of ways to collect the data, not only by videos and audio or by observation, but actually using different kinds of ICT tools or other technologies to do that. So that's also would be a great thing, kind of an overview of the possible ways to collect data in Living Lab settings.
Nice. Okay, we have some data here as well to go through for our next.
Yes, that looks great. Thank you very, very much.
And the last question that we have for you is examples of learning methods or practices. So can you give us an example of a learning method or practice which in your opinion would lead to the best learning outcome when getting familiar with living labs? So now we're going through the methodological side. What kind of a learning method or practice do you think would be best? Yeah, hands-on and experience would have been my input here as well.
Maybe also who put the hands-on experience and the other ones as well as what kind of a hands-on experience? Give us very practical examples as well.
That's a good point. You can submit again. There is an option to submit again, so you can still drop it in here.
Facilitating workshops really good because we do a lot co-creation with a group of people.
Yeah, I like the comments on the peer support and the power of feedback as well, integrating the feedback element. So we'll give it one more minute before we move on to the last task and our next presenter. Teemu, any last words?
No, nothing special. I'm really happy to have these inputs from you, and we will be getting back on this once we proceed a bit further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all your inputs. I see we have around the target number now that we've been going across, so we can move on to the last part of our presentation by Anthology Ventures.
Yes, hi everyone, good afternoon. I will be presenting the last task of Work Package 4, which is task 4.6 on boosting commercialization potential of research results. And the way that this task is described in the application form derives from the experience and the practice that we have seen in Anthology Ventures while supporting several startups towards preparing them for identifying suitable funding opportunities, either from business angels, VCs, or corporate entities. So along with the rest of the training that the researchers will go through during Work Package 4, Anthology Ventures will develop and will design basically and deliver 2 days boot camps that will run during the summer schools that will be implemented during Work Package 4. And those summer schools will be actually back to back with the Open Living Lab days, which is the Global Living Lab Community Gathering, the annual gathering. And for this year, it is expected to be on the 6th to 10th of September. So the first 2-day bootcamp will be in September. And this bootcamp is designed so as to increase the researchers' capacities to exploit the research result and turn them to innovations. And this 2-day bootcamp will include both theoretical content taught during seminars and also practical sessions that will include the use of tools and methods and techniques for developing and maturing the business side of of the research results. Now, in terms of the theoretical content, this will include, of course, the introduction to key principles of entrepreneurship, offering to participants a better understanding on the process of developing their ideas into a business. And in this theoretical part, aspects such as the relationship between the need, the problem, and the solution will be investigated, how to validate the customer base or how to explore the direct and the indirect competition in the field. Of course, financial planning and pitching techniques will be also aspects that we will be looking to. And then the practical trainings, the other part of the bootcamp will focus on business modeling, but also how to go to market, how to scale the business, and how to design an appropriate revenue model, or how to evaluate partnering opportunities, and of course, how to raise funding. The practical trainings will include also one-to-one sessions, coachings with researchers, as its case will be specific to a field, and this would require the one-to-one approach in the coaching. It is also expected that the participants in the bootcamps will complete some tasks and some assignments during the 2 days of the bootcamps, and at the end of it, they will be expected to pitch in front of other researchers, but also other stakeholders such as academics or representatives from the business sectors. Then we have to say that the priority will be given to the TAs and the VAs, but of course other researchers, other research team in the living labs will be able also to participate in these bootcamps. So that's all about 4.6, and this is closely related to the other tasks because it also has some training materials that needs to be developed for the bootcamps, and it is also related to work package 13, which is on commercializing the research results and preparing the researchers to exploit those research results after the research is completed and after the training they will receive. So that's all from my side on 4.6, and of course, if you have any further questions, we will be happy to have them.
Thank you so much. And with that last task, we also conclude the work package for our presentation. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for all your input in the exercises as well. As you could hear, the many methods, tools, experiences of the various partners are going to contribute to something very new and interesting. So let's have a look at the new kind of education that we'll be creating together with VITALISE. And without further ado, I think we're moving on to the closing.
Yes, thank you, Ines. Thank you for the presentation. It's one of the few meetings that I attended. It's everything is on time. It's amazing. Everything was on time. So I would like to thank you all. We concluded this exciting and at the same time exhausting day. And see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock, starting with the technical stuff. Unless you have any questions or comments, thank you all. And we need some rest before moving on with the third and final day.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.